I'm so annoyed. I'm just like, unmute. Okay. That's fine. I have Bay. Thank you for the can. Appreciated. Hey, Osha. Good to see you. How you guys doing? I hope you're good. I'm a little drowsy. Just a little bit. Wah! I'm awake now. I'm drinking a soda. Why am I surprised? No, correction, I'm not. How many points do you have, Osha? Oh, that was Remy. Remy's acorns. Get him! Kill! How long have you saved up? That's a good question. Before I forget, I'm gonna jump into the Discord call. Just so we can have people, like, poke me, maybe. If they feel like it. Get the water creature. There we go. Now I'm drowsy as heck, man. So I apologize sincerely for the fact that we didn't do a stream yesterday. However, I was incredibly tired. To the point that, like, I decided, like, I'm gonna rest my eyes for a second. And then I did. And then I ended up, like, waking up at, like, 7:06, and I'm just like, shit! So, I kind of made the decision that, like, okay, I could rush to get everything all set up and ready to go for a stream. Or, I should do what I, the smart option and just be like, you know what, now's not a good time for me to get up and do all that stuff. Oh yeah, I was just talking about there's some stuff over in the magma. No worries, I actually do see it. Craziness. I'll take a look at that in just a little bit. But anyway, yeah, so I basically was just like, you know what, no, tonight, probably not a good night for me to be doing streaming. Especially since, like, it's Saturday and it would have been my Silk Song stream. I'm being real, I think I need to be awake for that. So, yeah, I just made the decision that I was just, not having it. However, casual stream is perfectly fine to me, so here we are. Anyway, we're gonna go and take a look at the magma real quick, because apparently there's some crazy stuff going on. There we go, where's the magma? There's the magma. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, this was the previous page that we were on, I believe. I think so, anyway. Well, let's take a look at it anyways. Here's that freaking guy. Just being a singular eyeball. What the frig? And we've got another conspiracy board over here.
You know too much.
What? What? What is that? Last seen blabbering like a maniac. And yeah, we got yeah, conspiracy board for Osha. Osha, same name. Coincidence? I think not. Osha what? Is this Osha except masquerading as a Pokemon? What's going on here? Incoming call. Wait a minute. Is it aliens? Hello has not stopped calling me since the investigation started. Who is he? Or could he be connected to the Osha? I'm so confused. I don't know what this... Wait a minute. Responsible for what? Could it be crimes? Is this his... Why? How? Why? Also, God, the red red mobile thing on fire. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Where's the gas? It wouldn't catch on fire. OSHA OSHA enforcement? Oh. It's such confusion. I love it so much. Oh, give me a sec. I can barely see its long lost brother. All right. Ow. Thank you for the can. Appreciated. Carl's crazy. I love it. He's great. Let's see. So you guys have got like an entire round of other pictures over here. Let's take a look at this. Oh, the boy. What is his outfit? What is their outfit? What's going on here? Armadillo. Goober. Not clickbait. Ooh, nice threads. Good stuff. Synth is an armadillo? Oh, that's what that is. I was wondering what that was. That for some reason, like, you know, they're very minimal on the synth element, so like it makes me think that this armadillo is like gearing up for a rave party or something. It's just like a set of gloves and like you know, like glow stick armbands and stuff like that. Rave armadillo. And then I saw this, and I know that this is like a Dandy's World kind of thing or something very similar. Am I correct in that? But ow. But like the second I saw this, I was just like, who squished my head? It's not me. Not everything has to be about me. But I was just like, what did you have? There's me. There's another happy little like OSHA bit there. It got a frying pan in the head. Yeah, pretty much. Got some more doodles and whatnot. Oh. There's the spooky boy himself. I like him. Oh no, puppy? Oh, that really. Oh no. Oh, that really sucks. Oh jeez. I remember I had this one dog named Heidi who, like, later on in life when she got a little bit older, she did you know, become epileptic to a certain extent. Not to a point where it got like, you know, like it wasn't life threatening for the longest time, but like eventually she did have like a very large, like, grand mal seizure kind of thing where she just locked up and couldn't move. And they couldn't get her out of it. And that was like a very hard day. It's tough seeing any animals in that kind of position. Like, anybody you love in any kind of epileptic situation. Epilepsy in general is like one of my personal, like you know, personal fears of mine. Because I'm like, I have never had a seizure, but I know of like relatives that have had seizures. And that's just a terrible concept for, like, your brain to just lock up. Like, it's just... no, it's creepy. Sunflower says, hi to the people on Twitch. Oh, wait, they can't hear me. I can hear you. Sorry for not being on Twitch chat where everyone is, but I don't have Twitch. Well... I mean, hey, I have the streams over on the YouTube just in case people don't have it, or if, like, YouTube just runs a little bit better for some people. But I will say, you know, the whole Twitch thing does allow you to have some, like, extra functionality and some extra, like, connection to me. First of all, I do have, like, for some reason, my attention span tends to be a little bit more, like, geared towards the Twitch chat, and it is, like, on the screen a little bit more. So it helps out a little bit, like, for visibility's sake. The other thing is that you get a whole bunch of, you know, fun little toys, aka you could just, like, throw stuff at me, or you could make me do that. Hello, we have a squid gal over in the Twitch. Hello, I know you. You're currently a part of the Discord now, right? Oh, welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. Oh geez, Phoenix, I'm praying for him. I don't know if there's any, like, seizure medication for dogs, but, like, oh, especially if it's a puppy, that's bad omens. That's scary. CBD medication. I don't know a heck of a lot about, like, the effectiveness of CBD on, like, that kind of thing. Not going to draw anything for the moment since my Cintiq isn't hooked up to my new laptop yet. I need to stop being lazy and do that. You know, I need to stop being lazy and hook up my tablet up to my computer. I held off on doing that until I figured out what the heck was wrong with my computer and why it kept on, like, you know, breaking resets. But now that I have, I don't really have much of an excuse. Like, I should probably just connect the dang thing. Oh, 7 months old. That's way too young. I'm sorry to hear that, Phoenix. Again, I'll be, you know, holding a little bit of fingers crossed situation for him. let's see. We got another thing open here. Oh yeah, so let's make our way over here. That nightmare. I haven't seen the Elements movie, but I've seen this goober. Many people have thrown this goober at me, being like, "It you!" I'm like, "No, it's it, not me." Wait, just because it's a water elemental doesn't mean it me. Why? Yeah. What? Do you have any hey. I can't spell ibuprofen. Oh yeah, you're trying to spell ibuprofen. Yeah, it's just a little bit of a chunk that's taken out of me. Don't worry, it's fine. It'll heal, probably. Do you have any ib? I have no ib. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys to your devices, and we'll see what the heck happens there. So, I don't have a heck of a lot planned when it comes to this casual stream here. Like, I've just sort of like turned on the computer and we've dived directly into it. Hello, Boba. Deliscos. I've noticed a really annoying thing though. I've looked back on some of my previous VODs. Egg Squid Gal is now following. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the egg. No, I've noticed a little bit of an annoying pet peeve of mine. That being that, like, whenever I'm taking a drink out of, like, whatever soda can that I currently have, you can hear me slurp it. And now that I've heard it so many times, like, my brain is just like, I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like it when the bit goes. It's annoying. Snorp. It's just like, and I don't try to do it. It's just like, nah. To the one who makes conspiracy boards on Magma, could you tell them if they could make one on me if they want this Sunflower? I think we need a little bit more information on you. I mean, you know, Sunflower, Dragon, YT. I know Carl makes those, so that's up to Carl's discretion. But I don't know. Sunflower, Dragon. I feel like you could come up with something. Have you tried drinking through your nose with 2 straws bit? No. I mean, I currently have a soda in front of me. I feel like that would hurt a lot. Though I have seen those devices that, like, you take them and then you put it in your nose and then it, like, circulates water and it cleans out your sinuses. I've never tried one of those before, but, like, technically, it's not really drinking, per se. FBay says, you don't have anything on me. I'm an enigma. I could figure something out. If anybody deserves a conspiracy board, it's FBay. FBay's been here the longest time. I feel like we need to we need to, like, make some connections on that one. Oh yeah, well, no. Well, Neti-Pot is something very similar to that. Yeah, like, so, like, a Neti-Pot is like you take it and then you pour it into, like, one nostril and then it comes out the other nostril. What I'm thinking about is there's, like, an actual machine thing that, like, you stick into both nostrils and then, like, it sends the liquid in a circular motion through your nose, and then there's, like, a little receptacle where it keeps all of it, and, like, it's disgusting. That's kind of what I was thinking. Either way, yuck. Disgusting. I'll give you FBay lore. I grew up in... I certainly hope you don't live there anymore, or I hope you've moved, because that is some doxing information right there. Grab that red string and corkboard. There is no Pepe Sylvia. Thank God. Now, you know what's funny? I hear a lot of stories that come out of, like, Florida, where it's just like, oh my God, have you heard some of the crazy stories about crazy people in Florida? Jesus, it's horrifying. It's like, why do people choose to live there? But here's the thing, like, I've actually heard that the reason why you hear so many crazy stories in Florida is because I think there's a specific set of laws that allow for news stories to be made on people that have not yet been convicted of crime or something similar to that. I don't know the specifics, and I might be speaking directly out of my ass. However, I think that's the reason why you see so many Florida stories, of Florida men. It's because news outlets just have the ability to do that. Whereas in a lot of other places, there needs to be like active convictions and stuff. If my memory serves me correctly. Not 100. Well, at least for, I think there's a certain statute that you have to hit when it comes to other places. Like, it needs to be a thoroughly documented crime before you can really report on it, I think. Could be wrong. I remember hearing something about how in Florida, those standards are like relaxed. And so, yeah, you hear a lot more Florida stories. Let's be real. There are plenty of crazy people all over this wide, beautiful nation that we currently have. It's just you don't see them because they're not televised. Kind of changes your perspective. It's just like, the optics are a little bit different. In my last dream, I wore a t-shirt that said, "I asked for pickles on the toes." Speaking of dreams, actually, I was going to talk about this today. So you remember me talking about the fact that I was incredibly tired the night before and I needed to get like proper sleep. I went and I got proper sleep. That's why I'm so drowsy today. However, wow, my dreams last night, I could not even start explaining what exactly the dream was. I think I have a basic idea of the theming of it though. Or at least, like, how I personally interpret it. I will say it is a subject that, like... How do I put this? I'm terrified... I'm not terrified. I don't know if I really want to tell you what the, like, overarching story plot of the entirety of the dream was. Because I think it's sort of, like... It's not a sore spot for people, but it's definitely one that, like, goes into existential territory. Which is something I don't want to be putting on you because I know you guys, like, there are some people that they hear existential shit and it, like, squicks them out something fierce. Not gonna do that. I will just say that, like, the overarching story did feel kind of existential in a weird way. And it felt like a crazy acid trip. Like, have you ever seen, like, acid trips shown off in, like, TV or movies where somebody is just, like, floating and, like, through space in almost some sort of like a crazy psychedelic experience? That is what my dreams felt like last night. And I don't know what caused them. It's like, I don't know. It was crazy. I got plenty of sleep though. Like over 8 hours for sure. I don't know. Have you guys ever had any sort of like spaced out sort of dreams? Like fever dream-esque? I'm sure everybody has. Do you remember it vividly, though? Is the main question. There I go again, slurping. Really? You haven't? I do know that there are some people that just don't have dreams. Or they just straight up don't remember them. I have. It's been a while, though. And Pierce is here. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Have you had dreams? That's so ominous. It's like, have you ever had a dream where you when I'm playing through the Wind Waker's. Whoa. I've only like partially ever played through Wind Waker, never completed it. I feel like I owe it to myself to one day go and do that. But you know what I wish? Like Zelda Nintendo made this entire remaster of Wind Waker a really long time ago for the Wii U. Can they release that on the Switch? They haven't done that yet. They should. Like, that they spent so much money and time and energy on that frickin' thing. I feel like it is worth it to maybe do a little bit of a port. Like, unfortunately, I no longer have my Wii U, and I did play Wind Waker on the Wii U at the time. So, if I were to play it, I wish I had it. Oh, you're playing the Wii U version. Nice. See, I would either play the Wii U version or I would get my head. Well, no, I'm assuming the GameCube one is probably really expensive. Probably. I do have it on my actual Wii U as well. Nice. Sunflower saying, "Are you a Hollow Knight fan? I myself am a fan of that game series and would love to talk about the games with other people. I'm not like massively into it in terms of like the lore. You say the lore and my, it just goes like whoosh right over my head. But I have played the Hollow Knight game, as well as I'm currently playing through Silksong on Saturdays. So if you're interested in seeing me do a little bit of like a Hollow Knight-esque type of game, catch my streams on Saturdays. Although, I'm really hoping that I don't end up running into like a wall of difficulty I can't pass through. I'm scared of that. Hopefully that won't happen. But yeah, I'm currently playing through that at the moment. How do we feel about Goat Simulator? I'm fine with its existence, especially since the studio that actually made Goat Simulator, I think like Coffee Stain something or other, they've actually taken their money and put it towards making some really, really good game experiences. I think they made Goat Simulator as sort of like a shit posty joke, and then they were like, "Oh no, it's popular." Uh-oh. I'm trying to remember. I think I've either played games from them, like for other games, or like they I've seen video footage of their other games. I respect the ever-loving heck out of that studio. Had a dream the other night where my old classmate was driving me around in a car. Oh God. It scrolled up. Give me a moment. He would run into buildings, but the gravity was that of a bumper car. So he would gently bump the building, and then the car would go beep beep. That sounds fun. Last night recently felt like an old creepypasta series called the Holder series. I went into a waiting room and asked for someone, and when I tried to leave the rooms, the rooms turned into a series of waiting rooms for various other places. Hospital, hotel, airport, etc. I kept going through until I found what I was looking for, and then the dream glitched and I woke up. Yeah, that sounds feverish. Sunflower says, "Can I request a game?" Yeah, you can request a game. Fun fact, actually, I have a channel in the Discord, and it's called Suggestions. Anything you have suggestion-wise, you could throw it in there if you wanted to like leave me any particular links for something, or if you wanted to just like suggest something. So that could either be like a game. We do movie nights over on Discord, so if you have like a movie suggestion, I'm totally up for hearing people's movie suggestions. Or if there's something specific about the Discord that you would like to see changed, or if there's something you think would be a good idea, I'm totally up for hearing some suggestions for that over in the suggestions channel. Hey, can you play Far Far West? I've heard the name. Let me look up Far Far West real quick. Is that the thing that Synth was playing not too long ago? Ooh, this game looks cool. Coming soon to early access. Oh, it's not even like out. Interesting. Okay. It is indeed. Rad. Okay. Planned release date of 2026. Developer Evil Raptors and publisher is Fireshine Games. All right. Why early access? We want to grow Far Far West alongside the community, and early access, when managed well, is a great way to do just that. We're a very small team of just 4 people and would like to proceed carefully with our early access release. We also want to make sure that we're not overwhelmed by the feedback we receive. Sounds legit. Ooh, everybody threw their suggestion in the Discord. Thank you very much for that. Sup? Interesting. Well, here, let me pull up my Steam. I will bookmark this. Here. Far Far West. Playtest live now. Woo! I'll add that to my wish list. Action adventure indie early access. Okay. Well, I'm curious, like, the gameplay looks pretty fun. You know, trekking around on the horses and whatnot. What are we chatting about, says Nova? We're talking about Far Far West, which is apparently, like, a game that's not even... Thank you for the pie. Cowboys team up with this chaotic 1 to 4 player co-op shooter, journey to Far Far West to blast monsters. Pie. Sling spells, complete missions, and collect bounties. Work as a team to get in, get paid, and get out mostly alive. Oh, sweet. We going on a heist, boys. Looks cool. I get the suspicion this is a game that I may end up playing at some point. It just seems to be the kind of thing that, like, you know, people like within my friend group are probably going to, like, play it and then be like, hey, you should play this game. And then they either throw the game at me or tell me to go buy it. Let's see. What we got for suggestions? Okay. Eve has posted Culebra and the Souls of Limbo. All right. What is this? I'm getting, like, Mario, Paper Mario vibes off of this. Story rich, adventure, detective. Interesting. Help the cursed souls of Limbo escape their endless time loop in the afterlife, as Culebra, a newly deceased snake, witness their grief and guide them towards closure through point-and-click puzzles, light stealth, and empathy-driven boss encounters. You know, okay, so this is an interesting mix of, like, I feel like this is sort of like Paper Mario, but also it's a mix of, like, a Limbo Lane kind of game. You know, it looks very much like, you know, Great God Grove in, like, certain respects. Nominate us. Outstanding story-rich game. How long has it been out? Oh, it came out, like, last year. Ooh, bad. All right. Well, that's another thing I'll go ahead and add to my wish list. I recently cleaned up my wish list not too long ago because I had a ton of games that either I completely forgot about and I realized, like, I'll probably never play them, or there were certain games that, like, I even forgot why I put on there to begin with. I'm just like, what? Been too long. Oh, I've heard of Ware Cleaner. Do I have Ware Cleaner already on my wish list? It's free, apparently. I believe oh yeah, I already have this in my inventory. Okay. Really short. Okay, neat. Are we requesting games or something like that? Well, I mean, you can. There's a game I love. It's kind of like Paper Mario mixed with Hollow Knight. It'd be cool if you played it. Can even help if possible. I try not to. I try not to have too much help with, like, chat members and whatnot, unless I specifically really badly need help. Mostly because, like, I feel like it ruins the game experience to a certain extent to have, like, your audience dive in too much, and it's more or less having your audience play the game for you, and I don't think that's quite right. You know, like, it deprives you guys of my genuine experiences, and also it kind of deprives me of experiencing a game, like, personally. Still recommend Ship of Harkinian. The multiplayer fork was merged into the main branch, so you can play with a lot of cool quality of life updates now. Let me look up. Zelda Ocarina of Time PC. Gotcha. I know what you mean. Yes. Jackbox nights are fun, though. Oh, yeah, definitely fun. Ah, Spooky is currently over on the YouTubes. Hello. Oh, Bug Fables. I've heard of Bug Fables. Yeah. Possibly. Not gonna guarantee that one. I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, I've had it on my my Steam wishlist for a while. Do I have this in my... Here, Bug Fables. I don't have it in my wish list at the moment. I'm gonna go and just do that. I think it was in my wish list at one point. Might have cleared it out during, like, you know, the big clearing. There we go. Let me dive back over to the suggestions area. Okay, no, that's it. All right. Bug Fables also has rep in Framemakers. Yeah, actually, I know that. I see a spooky noodle currently being drawn in the magma. Very nice. Appreciate it. Let's see. What other things do I currently have lined up at the moment? I don't know. How's that one, like, process going at the moment? I'm currently working on some ripping some Blu-rays that I currently have still in my collection. And it appears that it finished the last one. Okay. Sounds good. Come on, Tracker, be nice. Alright, cool. I've been spotted! Leaf in Bug Fables, he has... Oh, wait, that would be a spoiler. I'm taking a look at, like, the Discord. Oh, man. Yeah, TKO is freaking funny. No spoiler for you. No. Anyway, so there was something else I was gonna bring up here, and I don't. Oh yeah, movie-related stuff, I think. Oh yeah, I had one tirade I kind of wanted to go on. So I'm currently working on some stuff for the movie nights that we're gonna be doing, or you know, the server watch parties that we're doing. And I'm currently like, I've actually made a gigantic list of movies and TV shows that could potentially be here, give me a second. That could potentially be done for the thing. And I've already got a total of like 10 or so. Actually, I think more than that, like 15, 20. There's a lot of stuff that I have kind of already ripped for the sake of these get-togethers that we're going to be doing. And let me see how many more that we got here. Yeah, I've got like 24 different other things that I could potentially end up making a movie night, though I would have to go and like pick up the movie. And honestly, like I really badly want to expand my my physical movie collection, just because I'm really sick and tired of like the streaming era nowadays, and I would prefer to have like a nice movie collection. It feels more personal than you know, just thank you, Nova. Like, I feel like having, like, a physical movie collection, I feel more, like, connection to actually watching the things, and, like, I have more... What's a good way to put it? It just feels so impersonal to, go onto a streaming service and just be like, I'm gonna watch that one. And then you spend, like, 2 hours watching it, and then it's like, okay, well, that's the end of that one, and then you just move on with your life. I feel like having a physical movie actually adds, like, a bit of magic to it, you know? Like, there's special features involved with it. There's also, like, you know, you can physically hold it in your hand, which, like, I feel like that makes it feel a little bit more special. I know a few good games, being Nintendo Land. I've played Nintendo Land. I don't know whether or not I would, like, play that on the stream, especially since that's something I'd have to get a Wii U for. Splatoon, not very competitive. Paper Mario Color Splash. I need to finish up Thousand Year Door. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. that kind of feels a little bit like too much like Smash to me, so I don't know. Nicktoons, The Dice of Destiny. Haven't played that. Hell, I've heard people say Hello Kitty Island Adventure is good. Origami King. Yep, I've heard good things about that one as well. There is no game. Give me a minute. I've lost that entirely. Sorry if this is too much. Hey, I'm perfectly fine with some recommendations. I watched Niza 2 recently. It was super good. Highly, highly recommend. Niza 2. Let me look that up. '25 film. Chinese animated fantasy adventure. Really? Okay, neat. Does it have a physical release? Beijing and Light Pictures. That's amazing. Okay. Oh, We Love Katamari. Neat. Plants vs. Zombies. I have never gotten into Plants vs. Zombies. I was always like the Bejeweled guy. The one that's just like, I'm gonna play the funny Bejeweled game. I think I'm feeling too silly to draw something serious in the magma. And by all means, there is no law that says you have to draw something serious in the magma. You could just make it goofy. The entire Nicktoons franchise of games. Been a while since I played like a Nickelodeon-centric type of video game. It did make $2.2 billion. Wow. The Chinese market ain't no slouch. Let's be real. Though, 2.2 billion is like incredible. Good frickin' God. Oh, there's an English dub. Nice. 5th highest grossing movie ever. I wonder what is it about? Let me see the plot synopsis. Let me look at this. Also, this is a sequel. I wonder, do you need to watch the first one in order to know what the heck's going on in the second one? Dark freaking subjects that are covered in this movie. Oh, the first movie's free on YouTube. Really? That's insane. Wow. I guess that's the starting drug. You know, just be like, here's your first one, kid. It's on the house. Come back for more later. Tracking, can you please behave? Oh, my cable's in the way. Okay, hold on a second. There we go. Here, give me a second. Okay, well, that movie poster looks metal as shit. I will go ahead and give that a bookmark so I can watch that a little bit later. Is it just me or like Niza? Okay, no. Visually, they look. No, they look similar enough. I'm gonna shush. The fight scenes are beautiful. Cool. Hi, Pi. Remember how good the choreography was in the first Kung Fu Panda? This movie is better. Really? Okay, that's bookmark. Goody. Let's see. I see that Niza 2, Zootopia 2, lead China box office past 7.4 billion in 2025. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming Niza 2, like, you know, takes the trophy, though. I think I'm also going on a little bit of a nostalgia kick. I'm not gonna lie. Like, newer stuff kind of like it catches my eye, but I'm also like scrolling back through time and taking a look at like major classics as well. Nisa 2 stole the crown from Inside Out 2, which stole it from The Lion King 2019. Man, Lion King 2019, like, I'm so sad that was successful. It's just like, I grew up with The Lion King, like, original animated movie, and it just makes me sad to be like, oh, the CG movie actually made money. Nisa 2 is a movie that deserves to hold the title of highest grossing animated movie. All right, I will believe you in that one. It really looks high quality, like holy shit. If you want a good nostalgia movie, I can recommend Tommy Wiseau's The... No! No! I will not watch that! I did not hit her. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Good freaking God. I love when people throw stuff at you. Yeah, well, I gave people the power, and people abuse the heck out of it. Actually, let me... You know what? I'll go ahead and give you guys a little bit of... Freaking OSHA. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a spoiler for, like, all the movies that I have collected thus far. Well, in this list of movies I need to get. I won't tell you what I currently have in my possession, but here's a list of things that I'm like, that might end up being a movie night. I mostly, like... So what I ended up doing was I went and did, like, actual research to look up... I wanted to look up, like, the best movies of all time based on the opinions of a bunch of people on the internet. Synth ass is falling from the sky. Anyway. Oh, no. Oh, that one spins. You guys found the funny confetti button. Oh, I love the funny... Oh, hello. What is that? Is that a duck? What is that? It's raining me. Hallelujah, it's raining you. Hey, you. Bees! Since ass is fun. I mean, it was. Absolutely. All right. Here's a list of games that... Oh, no, not games. Movies that I have already collected thus far for, like, you know, work in progress. Needs to be got. Ghostbusters. Come on, it's gotta. We gotta do Ghostbusters at some point here. The Illuminati is also arriving here. Oh my god. Toy Story 2. I have Toy Story 1. The Truman Show. Now, would you believe me if I said I've never seen The Truman Show? Never have. And yet, I'm a massive fan of, like, anything Jim Carrey related. I have never seen The Truman Show, despite the fact that everybody says that it's, like, one of the best movies of all freaking time. So, yeah, I've got that on the list here. I'm just like, that sounds like something I gotta try at some point. We got Monsters, Inc. I mean, self-explanatory. Monsters, Inc. is, like, absolute classic. Ooh, Steven Universe, the movie. Funny enough, Steven Universe, I have that on a separate list for TV shows. Possibly, I would also move into Steven Universe future stuff. We got The Wizard of Oz. Yeah. Absolute classic. 1930s staple. Truman Show is one of my favorite movies and a science fiction masterpiece. I will fight anyone who says otherwise. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I also went and looked up a whole bunch of other stuff, like from other Wonka type of properties and things. And like, first of all, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, starring Johnny Depp. No, we're not covering that. It's like, it's bizarro Willy Wonka, and I'm not a gigantic fan of that. I have the Iron Giant on here, which a lot of people are massively nostalgic for. I have seen the movie, but I remember close to nothing about it. So, that is definitely a must-do. Beauty and the Beast. I freaking love that movie. Been a very long time since I have actively watched it, however. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse was peak. I'm not a superhero movie fan, but that freaking loved it. That is something that I was considering, since a lot of people say that that's a really good movie. And like, I have actually not seen any of the Spider-Verse movies. However, I've seen some of the visual effects involved with that movie. Holy shit. As a massive like video tech nerd, I can definitely tell you I appreciate a lot of the stuff about it. Like, I remember there was this documentary thing, or like an interview with one of the people that worked on the movie, and they went into detail about the frame rate of a whole bunch of the characters in the film. Like, some of the characters were flowing at like a smooth, I think 12 frames per, no, I think it was like 24 frames per second, which is like a standard amount of frames for like a film. But then some of the other characters, aka like Peter Parker for like the you know, like the prime, the Peter Parker, like, oh god, I don't remember everybody's individual names, but like the main one for Spider-Verse, he was animated in like 12s, if I remember right, for like certain scenes, which is funny. Miles Morales, thank you. Brain. Yeah. Miles Morales for the Spider-Verse movie was animated like at the beginning at a lower frame rate to kind of show sluggishness and a lack of experience in what he was doing. And then later on in the movie, he was animated more like smoothly in a smoother frame rate. I love that detail. That is such a smart way to like get across to the audience that somebody is like, you know, amateurish or not as quick as everyone else without telling you. Like, that's so freaking smart. Again, I'm like a tech nerd when it comes to this stuff, so I'm just like, yeah, genius. Nicolas Cage was in that movie. Anyway, Spider-Verse is definitely like a big possibility. And since you said that, I'm just gonna go ahead and like type that in right here. I don't have that on the list yet, but you know, I've polled you guys, so now it's like, I should probably just add that. We got Aladdin on this list, which is a movie I have not seen in a very long time, but I know a lot of people are big fans of Aladdin. I have Lord of the Rings. I have only watched like bits and pieces of the original trilogy of like Lord of the Rings by Peter Jackson. I've never like committed to sitting down for the entirety of the film. And also, Bebe is asking a very important question. Is it the extended 12-hour version? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how to go about this. That's kind of why it's probably a smart idea to like bring it up with you guys, because like you would know better than I would what would be the best course of action for it. 12-hour watch party! We're not going to watch the entirety of Lord of the Rings in one sitting, mind you. More likely I will like, you know, we'll watch like the Fellowship and then we'll like move into the other ones. What if we put an episode of MST3K on the list and riffed it? That would be meta. Oh yeah, it would. I think I'd just be quoting the ever-loving heck out of it though. Liar, liar, liar. There. I have the Naked Gun movies. That's one that I'm like, I'm not sure about. If you've never seen anything Naked Gun related, Naked Gun is basically like a lot of slapstick and stupid comedic humor mixed in with like a serious sort of like, you know, cop investigator type of situation. I think Leslie Nielsen is the you know, the actor who is famously in those films, and he's funny. Oh yeah, there was a Naked Gun remake starring Liam Nielsen of all people, because they have a similar name. Watched all those before the new one released. They are very good and silly. I love silly, stupid comedy. So I've only seen bits and pieces of the Naked Gun movies. I probably would enjoy them. Naked Gun is hilarious, but we would need to address the massive elephant in the room. Oh yeah, O.J. Simpson. Oh, don't worry. There's actually some movies that I have planned to play for the movie nights that I already have, like, you know, like one movie in particular. I'm not going to say which one, but there is a movie that does star one person who is very famous for doing a very terrible thing in the 2000s, where he got up on stage and said some very inappropriate things to a person of color that were not okay. And this person has like a major starring role in this movie. I'm gonna call that out before we start the film. Just because I'm like, just so you know, before you get overly attached to this one particular character. Kanye West? No. No, it's not Kanye West. TV show The Naked Gun was based on Police Squad, was also really great and funny, and I'm sad it only lasted a few episodes. I'm not sure if I've heard about that. Interesting. Do research? Anyway, back to this list, though. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? I've never seen it. So this is definitely one of my, like, bucket list things where I'm like, I know that people like it. I know people have seen it. I have to see it, too. The fact that it's on this list tells you I acknowledge that it's an absolute classic. Must watch. I have Hercules on here. I really like Hercules. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers was inspired by it. Yeah, right. Naked Gun, but half-hour cop show. Sadly, it was canceled after less than 10 episodes. That's why they made the movie instead. Oh, the movies. Huh. Very interesting. Let's see. Oh, I got, this is one of those, like, I have to do a little bit of research to figure out whether or not it's still, like, copacetic to watch them. I think they're fine. The National Lampoon Vacation movies. I think they're okay. I don't know. I don't remember anything horrible being in them, but like comedies from back in the olden days, you're riding a line. You're just like, some of the jokes might not be okay in like modern society. Like, I don't know. I think National Lampoon's fine if I recall correctly, but my brain is shoddy. So specifically, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, that is one thing I want to do for like a holiday event of some kind. Are you organizing the movies by season, or are you just in general category? Oh, well, actually, yeah. I think I kind of answered that. Seasonally, I will be doing certain things in stuff like December. So, although there are certain movies that came out like, oh, this is a summer movie. Oh, this is a fall movie. Spring movie. Or I don't care. You know what? Like, unless it's specifically a Christmas film or something like that, I probably will run it whenever. What's the Valentine's Day movie? Phoenix. Good freaking God. Ooh, I have Airplane on here for the exact same reasons that I have Naked Gun on here. Yeah. I have the Lego Movie. Dude, the Lego Movie is actually really freaking good. I want to watch that again. Like, just because I'm a massive fan of Lego stuff, and they actually did a really good job with the Lego Movie. If you know... Oh, hello, there's a Kyle in here.
Hello.
What's up?
Not a whole lot.
Mm-hmm. And what are you currently up to?
Far West has got its playtest going.
Yeah, I saw that. Somebody in here told me I should play it.
You should play it.
I should play it?
You should listen to them.
How do you get into the playtest?
We just click the play button on Steam.
That's it?
Yep. Go to
Just
its
click
page,
the-
click the
Access
join playtest
granted?
button, that's it.
Play now? Install?
Yep.
I'm assuming at some point they're going to want money. What?
Maybe, probably.
How does this work? I mean, like, is it like they'll take it out of your games list or something, or it will only be listed on the playtest, and then like, then you have to actually buy the game properly later on?
When the last playtest ended, what happened was anytime I would go to it in my Steam list, my only option to interact with it was uninstall.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay, I'm downloading it. If anybody decides to
Heck yeah!
if anybody decides to yell at me and be like, "We played the game now," I haven't. Looks freaking cool. I'm taking a look at the game footage. Holy
Oh yeah,
shit!
it's fun as hell. It's fun
What
as
does
hell,
this-
and it's not even early access yet.
OSHA says, Synth was like, good shit. All right. Well, it's downloaded, so I guess that can happen at any time now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
You caught us talking about, like, films and stuff. What would you say is, like, one of your favorite films?
Favorite films? Gee. I don't know what would be my favorite nowadays.
Yeah.
How to Train Your Dragon was pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that's been on several people's lists. I thought about that. How does the audience here feel like, with How to Train Your Dragon as one of the movies we watch?
Watched that many times
Basis-
over when I was younger.
Faye says, hi, Chicken Man, aka Kyle. That's not a
Chicken.
chicken.
Oh, that's right. That's
Wait,
our
what?
Dying Light game, wasn't it?
Chicken Man?
Yeah, I had the chicken suit.
Oh, God. I forgot about that. Been too long. Holy shit. Bebe remembers that a lot clearer than me. Very nice. And thank you for the pie, Nova. How to Train Your Dragon is good, says Pierce. Okay. I'll go ahead and add How to Train Your Dagon. There we go. Added. Alright. Sunflower over on YouTube. Yes! Been such a while since I watched any of the How to Train Your Dragon movies. The only thing I know right now is that they made a live action version not too long ago, and people are saying that it's like 10 times better than any live action crap that Disney has made in the past, like, 5 years. I believe them. Actually, heck, basically, the entirety of the live action spectacle that they've been doing as of recently, yeah, it's better than that. Almost like they actually cared to make a good film and not just perpetuate money. Enter the Florpus. Ooh, Enter the Florpus, man. Been a while since I've watched anything Invader Zim related. See, I gotta be careful about, like, choosing any TV shows to watch for our regular, like, watch party things, because some TV shows go on forever. And it's just like, oh, it's gonna be a long time before we finish that up.
Or at least decide on a season to stop.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. That wouldn't be a good way to do it. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad way to do it. Like, watch one season and then, like, move on to another thing. Invader Zim has less episodes than Gravity Falls. Well, another question I have is, how much would it cost for me to get a physical copy of Invader Zim? Because, like, anything that we do watch party wise, I kind of want to make sure that I have a physical copy. And, like, you got to be careful about that, because some of that stuff is stupidly expensive. Zim has 3 seasons. I own all 3 on YouTube. Nice. Canceled mid-season 2. That's unfortunate. Okay, out of curiosity, I'm going to go over to Amazon and I'm going to see Invader Zim. What do we currently have for Invader Zim stuff? Ooh, okay, there's a DVD box set, but I'm terrified of those because, like, those could be bootleg. I love how it's G-rated. I don't know. I kind of disagree with that. That movie is demented, or that series is demented, I should say. Complete series, eh? How much does that?
I need to butt it on this. So, okay, the thing with Invader Zim and DVDs is kind of complicated. So the original DVDs, the show, when the show was originally released on DVD, it was released in the early 2000s by a company called Media Blasters. Those DVDs are the holy grail. They have every episode, including everything from season 2, which was when was like actually the first time those episodes got released in America, I think. No, actually, that was one of the first times those episodes, because this episode got aired later, but like way later. Yeah, that was the first time those episodes actually were released, because they were made, but they were never aired on Nickelodeon before the DVDs released. The only ever season 2 episode that ever aired on Nickelodeon at the time was the Christmas special, which was the very last episode that ever aired. But that's kind of here or there, actually. That's not that important, because any Invader Zim DVD now is going to have all the episodes anyway. Why these are the holy grail is not only do they also have storyboards, animatics, Irkin subtitles, and here are the two things that people really, this is why these are so high value, is commentaries from Jonan Vasquez and the cast for every episode.
Holy shit.
A bonus disc that had recorded audio from the unfinished episodes.
That's freaking awesome.
It's awesome. I own the whole thing in a box set that looks like Zim's house, and it is. I did not buy it this way. I took it to a convention and had the cast sign it. But the box is signed by the voice actors for Zim, Dib, Gaz, Gur, and then one of the writers.
Mm-hmm. Damn straight. Man,
Yep.
I remember hearing about the house box set. Yeah.
Yep. So,
so
there have been complete series DVDs released since then. I think those are just actually under Nickelodeon, as opposed to Media Blasters, which licensed it from Nickelodeon.
A cursory search
but they're
for
going to be
this.
totally bare bones. They're going to be just the episodes.
A cursory search for this, I have immediately run into something that I'm fairly certain is a bootleg. At Amazon, I feel like is a breeding ground for this shit. I've scrolled down to the bottom and people are just can't see the whole series. The discs are scratched. Discs don't play all the episodes. Discs do not play correctly.
Oh,
Tried
yeah.
4 different DVD players.
Yeah, because of the, especially after Media Blasters, what sucks is that a couple of years after those first DVDs were released, Media Blasters went out of business. So those DVDs went out of print, and they became extra valuable. So bootlegs are abound, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I really wish I wish you lived next door to me, Bit. I would just let you borrow mine.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think if there's anything that I want to watch, show-wise, I feel like I'd be more comfortable, going to a physical store, aka, a Target or a Walmart or something, and, picking up the case and inspecting the case and, making sure that it's actually what it is. But, even then, you kind of run into some, you run into a couple of risks, because, even... I talked about, my brother went and he picked up those DVD box sets for Digimon at Walmart.com.
Mm-hmm.
So, they have resellers that do sell bootlegs.
Yeah, unfortunate.
I just feel like, my decisions are going to be heavily based on what I can happen to get physically at certain locations that I managed to go to. So I guess we'll see on that one.
So, sometimes you go to a thrift store or a used book, DVD, CD, whatever store, and you get lucky.
I wish I had
did that once and got not only Because there used to be a place in my town called Edward Buckay's Used Books and More, and it was the coolest place ever because it had video games, DVDs, CDs, vinyl records, books, everything. I got so much stuff there, and including a PS Vita game based on one of my favorite anime that was never released in English. It was entirely in Japanese. I don't know how this thing ended up here. But I'm like, if I were to, I got it for like, I don't know, like $15. If you imported it, it would have been like at least 60 or more.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like the like
crazy.
whatever tariff
And I
you're
also
dealing
got-
with and the shipping costs, like wow, that'd be insane.
Yeah, and I also got, also never released in English, because the first 3 Hatsune Miku Project Diva games for the PSP,
Ooh, nice.
which was great time, which was great because that was after I had it was after the first one to get released in English officially was one for the PS4 and Vita, I think. And I had it for the Vita and I played it so freaking much. So when I went to the store and I found the original 3 for the PSP, I'm just like, this is a jackpot. And I think I got all 3 of them for like, yeah, under $30.
Dang,
Crazy. I miss that store so freaking much.
man.
I remember buying a bunch of people Christmas presents there. Like, they had a bunch of comics from a comic artist. They had a bunch of comics from graphic novels from an comic artist. I can't words. I really liked at the time, so I just bought all of them and sent them to my friends as Christmas presents.
I really regret. There was a time where there is like a pawn shop located somewhere within my area. Don't want to go into specifics, but like they used to have an absolute ridiculous wall of physical media, and this included like, you know, VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, and then they had like a massive cabinet of tons of things from like game consoles and such. And like, I wish I had the forethought to be like, I'm going to appreciate these a lot more when I'm mid-30. Because if I would have picked some of that stuff up because it was dirt cheap at the time. Because no one was buying physical at the time. But now, like, you know, people are slowly starting to warm back up to the idea of physically owning what we have. And
Yeah,
in a time,
I'm guessing that's why the store went out of business in the first place.
Yeah. Well, at a very specific time when like a lot of stores similar to that are getting rid of those sections entirely. And that's what ended up happening. That store is still here for me, but they don't have any physical media anymore. They're done. Like I went and I looked up their online store just to see like maybe they pulled all their resources and you can buy stuff online. No, I don't know where their stock went, but they don't have it anymore.
That sucks.
But like you said though, there's a chance that maybe you could get it at a thrift store or something similar, like maybe like a Goodwill or whatever the heck.
Yeah. In fact, that's funny. I was just watching videos on YouTube today with Brutal Moose. I can't words. Going to thrift stores and finding the VHS tapes that started his mystery tape series.
Yeah, I've seen that. Also, recent video has just come out from LGR, Lazy Game Reviews, a brand new episode of his thrifting series. Which is like,
nice.
he doesn't do that often anymore because he hasn't really run into much recently. But I guess he's collected enough that he's like, yeah, I got enough for an episode. I think his thrifting series is up to like 51.
Thank you for the correction, Pierce. PS3 and Vita. Yeah, that was the one I got, and I had it was illegal how much I played how much I played that game in college.
The FYE by my place.
It certainly justified my purchase of a Vita, which I originally bought for Danganronpa of all things.
Remy apparently says that they have an FYE by their place that still says a lot of DVDs. That's kind of neat.
Oh yeah, there's still an FYE in my town too. It's in a mall, and like half the store is merchandise and like pop figures and that kind of stuff now. But then the other half is still like is like vinyl records, and they still do have some CDs and DVDs.
Your Vita isn't charging? Oh no.
Oh, that
dear.
sucks.
I got a Vita. I should go check on that. I
Danganronpa.
don't
Someday
use
I'll
it.
make Bigby play Danganronpa because he loves Ace Attorney.
I
It's
have-
like,
I have all the Danganronpa.
yeah. So at Danganronpa, it's like Ace Attorney, but even more anime bullshit and problematic.
Well, the problematic part is kind of the issue. Like, I've thought about diving into it once or
it's more like
twice.
it's not really problematic. It's more stuff that just hasn't aged well.
Well, that's kind of exactly it. I think, like, well, it's that, and also the fact that, like, people that enjoy Danganronpa, there's plenty of gigantic fans that are decent people. But there's also an underbelly of Danganronpa's fan base that, like, is kind of toxic and creepy.
Well, you can say
I'm-
that for anything.
Well, yeah, you can.
And
I'm a
says
little
the
bit-
guy who's been reading Homestuck.
Okay, fair. You got a point. I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things that I've put on the shelf for maybe a later date, and I've just not felt comfortable enough to dive into it. Every fandom has a dark side.
I think you're probably fine as long as you stay away from Ultra Despair Girls, because that one is the most collar tugging. Like, even at the time, people were like, I don't know if this is okay. This is tasteless even by the series standards.
Oh yeah. So yeah, every fandom has got a dark side, but it really depends on, like Pierce said, how vocal the dark side is. Yeah, there's a truth to that. I think the fact that it has as like loud of a dark side as it does is like it's kicked off some alarms in my brain. So
Don't worry, I'll be here. I'll be here to defend you.
don't read Danganronpa fanfic. Not planning it.
Hey, some fanfic is actually better than what some of the decisions they made in the games. I'm not gonna lie.
Finale to the main story arc isn't actually in the game. You got to watch an anime series to get that conclusion.
Yeah, that
Great.
was dumb.
That's good. I
So,
love
the first two
extracurricular
games-
media.
So basically, the first two games are the second game continues off the first game's story, and then the conclusion to that storyline from the first two games is not in Danganronpa 3. It's in an anime called Danganronpa 3. And then the third Danganronpa cane is called Danganronpa V3, and it has nothing to do with the first two.
Great. That's lovely. It's like if Phoenix Wright had like an entire like, an extra story. Like imagine if Phoenix Wright 7 and 8 came out, and then the 9th one came out in like, an exclusive anime, and like there was a crazy cliffhanger where like, Phoenix dies, and then they're just like, come see the new anime to figure out what the heck happens. You're just like, what the fuck? Tell me in the media, you asshole.
It was
Yeah, Ace
very
Attorney
annoying.
9. It's just a Japan-only board game. Ace Attorney 10. Packy slots. Exactly. Good call.
2-6, I can understand that. The thing about V3 is I hate the first case and I hate the last case, but everything in between is peak. The next to last case is arguably the best one in the whole series. It's just the beginning and the end sucks so much.
Oh, there is an Ace Attorney patch slot. Okay. Well, I'm not surprised about that.
It's such bullshit. It's such bullshit.
Objection! Hit the lever! Oh my man, speaking of which, I don't know if or when Synth is planning on doing another episode of Phoenix Wright, but it's been sitting rent free in my head for a while. I want him to play another round of it because like I know what's coming in the next chapter that he needs to play, and like it's super fun. The patch slot only adapts to games that already exist. It doesn't have any exclusive content that's required to understand the games. Yeah, that's silver lining. The worst offender of exclusive content in another medium is Nier. Oh, really? Ever played Nier Automata and wondered who A2 is? I've never played it, period. But I'm going to make the assumption that there was very important information in the patch slot.
Play, and then I've just never gotten around to it. I just like I don't need to play Nier Automata. Tier 2B is already in a lot of the games that I play. She's in Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. She's in Shadowverse. She's in like I don't know. She's in like fucking everything.
You need to watch a Japan exclusive stage play. Ah, yes. That's like going to Broadway to figure out, like... I'm trying to think of a good, like, show example. It's like watching Bob's Burgers, and then, like, they have an entire, like, new character show up. And it's just like, yeah, go watch the Broadway musical for Bob's Burgers. They're there. It makes sense. Oh, God.
I feel like that's gonna happen with Smiling Friends if it turns out the Cool Autistic Gamer and Dolly Dimply channels actually do turn out to be having been made by the crew, and then they end up actually playing a part in the actual show. People who don't know about those YouTube channels are just gonna be like, what the hell?
I'm so casual with the Smiling Friends series, I'm just like, what?
Huh? Huh?
I'm so casual with the Smiling Friends series that everything you said is confusing me.
Okay, so let me see if I can explain this. So, you know what Smiling Friends is, a show on Adult Swim.
Yeah.
There is 2 YouTube channels. One is called The Cool Autistic Gamer 774. The other is called Critter Clips 2002, but most people just call it Dolly Dimply, for reasons I'll make sense in a moment. The first one started out with the channel just posting clips from the show, and at the end there would be like the channel's logo, and it would say, "You just watched a cool cartoon clip from my channel. Stay, like, follow if you liked, subscribe if you liked, thanks." And that was it for the first couple of clips. And then the clips start being clips of the show that are edited to include the channel's mascot character, who kind of looks like Morty from Rick and Morty, with like, and they start to edit him into the clip. It starts to edit him into the clips, and then by the time you get to one of the episodes from season 2, the entire episode is edited. So in the episode there is the Smiling Friends building, which is a circular building that's shaped like a giant smiley face. It's edited to be the head of the channel's mascot character. And what's even more insane about that is that there's a sequence in the episode where that building goes rolling through the town, because it's in terrible shape, and it just starts going through the town as a boulder of destruction. And it's still edited to be the head of that channel's mascot character.
So are people theorizing that this is just either a really wildly obsessive fan that really knows their stuff?
Well,
or
here's the thing.
Are we talking conspiracy of this is way too well edited?
Here's the thing, because then at the end of that clip, the mascot channel character walks onto the screen, and the characters in the show start talking to him with the actual voices from the show. So it's the actual. So at that point, we realized there is no way this, or there's almost no way this could have been done unless it was made by people on the working on the show, because they have the actual voice actors. It's too elaborately perfectly edited. There's a fan, you just couldn't do this.
Right.
almost entirely likely that a fan just couldn't do this.
Dude, I'm getting some crazy ideas in my head.
Yeah.
It would be freaking hilarious to do this now, except with something entirely different. But have you ever seen that one guy who edits his cat into movies?
No, I haven't, but that
No?
sounds like
Okay.
kind of in the similar vein, yeah.
So
But
I am
yeah, so
imagining
people
a
are like,
very similar circumstance where somebody just really knows their shit and like gets the idea of we currently live in an era where, AI voice technology is getting a lot better. And it would be freaking hilarious if somebody used AI voice. I don't recommend this because, AI sucks. But, like, it'd be hilarious if somebody used AI to, like, impersonate somebody's voice, like, perfectly to a T what they sound like. And also, like, throw it into proper mixing software to make sure the inflections are proper. And then, like, making an entire sequence very similar to a la what you're talking about. Entirely fabricated without the original company knowing. But what you're describing
yeah,
sounds like it's a little bit too advanced for
that's
current
what
technology and
people
for what
think. Like most people think, yeah, most people think because it's so elaborate and because it's so, and especially because it has the voices. Well, some people like could be AI voices, but I don't know. I think it sounds too accurate and looks too complex. A lot of people think that it is a like just like a stunt pulled by somebody who works on the show as like a weird sort of viral marketing thing or whatever, or it could be something that ties into the show later. We don't know. That's another theory, especially because this is not the only channel of its kind. There's another one I mentioned, Dolly Dimply, where it is similarly it is clips of the show, but they edited a new character, this girl, when there's no main female characters in Smiling Friends at all. So they add in a new main female character, and she's edited really, really well into the show. But they make it a very specific point that all of the other characters ignore her. They act like she's not there because she's not. They edited her in. And so it starts out with just, so it kind of starts out with her just being there, and the character's obviously ignoring her because she doesn't actually exist. But then the clips start getting more, like, going more into that idea of, they literally are just, they can't acknowledge her. Like, she's there, and she's not able to she's trying desperately to like communicate with everybody else there, but they literally can't seem to see or acknowledge her. And she has like, and I think in one of the most recent clips she had a breakdown and punched one of the characters who was ignoring her, and the punch actually works. The character actually goes down. And so that makes which is very complicated to do. I don't know if again, then this is another thing where you don't know if a fan could do that. That's very difficult and complicated. And
I would
then
have
she
to
has
watch.
like a big, and she
I would,
has
I would,
like
I would
a
have
big,
to watch, yeah.
and she starts screaming at the like, what's wrong with me? Why are you ignoring me? What am I doing wrong? And just gets really upset and freaks out and runs off. But then the character gets up and acts like nothing happened.
Right.
So.
Well, if this is my thoughts on this,
like a very fascinating meta fan project exploring the idea of a character who's edited into the show who isn't actually there, or again, it's another thing made by the show itself as like some sort of thing that's gonna lead into something later, or it's a weird viral marketing, or nobody knows what it is the crazy thing. We don't know if this is fan made or if this is something from the official creators. And
as somebody who has not seen any of this, like the previous channel you were talking about sounds a little bit more convincing of like actual chicanery. This one, on the other hand, if they're already like animating and editing in their own character into a sequence, I know the art style of Smiling Friends, and I suspect that it wouldn't be too hard to do some rotoscoping to edit a person out and replace their animations and like replace certain sound effects. And if they didn't talk or acknowledge directly to her as a character, I could see just grabbing a scream sound effect from anywhere else in the series and just stapling that in. I see this as being a potential something that could be edited by a fan a lot easier than the sequence that you were describing before of the entire like Smiling Friends facility rolling down.
Dolly is more likely fan made, but we're not ruling it out as it being possibly an official thing. If you ask
that being
me,
said, I'm all for a good psyop.
Yeah. So, and yeah, so if you don't know, actually, Nightmine just made a video on this recently, believe it or not. So I'll give
Ooh,
you his
Nightmine.
video, and he can talk about it. And you can
Alrighty
listen
then.
to him talk about it, because he probably he explains all this way better than my stupid rambling that I just did.
Bebe
link
says
it in the
edit bit
screen
into the
chat.
Naked Gun. That wouldn't be very convincing, I feel. No, he was always there, always. Why, you didn't know like the weird water character in Naked Gun?
It was always there. Zooms in on a glass of water.
See, there he is.
My game's
Osha's asking if we can take a small magma break. I'm gonna make the assumption that you've like done something terrifying and you want me to see it. Regardless, though, sure, let's go ahead and pop on over here. We got some updates here, including he's done with everything. So peeved, so pissed. What an angry noodle. It's been fun doodling, says Squid. Alright, well, there's that. Let's move over to the next page here. What?
Right. You guys
what is-
enjoy that. I got something I gotta do.
Alrighty then.
I'll be hopping off.
Ooh, okay. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good night.
See ya.
Say it.
Just as soon as Discord cooperates with me.
Also, thank you for... Dang it. I was just going to say, thank you for recommending Far Far West, because apparently that's something everybody just needs to play right now.
Sume.
Anyway, moving forward here. Are you guys okay? Are you fine?
Yeah, we love a good psyop, so that's what I'm curious to find out if we'll ever have the answer to whether or not Dolly Dimply and Cool Autistic Gamer are creations of the actual Smiling Friends creators or not. I would love for them to turn out to be actually I just think it would be really cool if they were actual projects from their creators, because that's just a thing that you don't do unless you're really, really into the thing that you're making and want to do all kinds of crazy shit for it that isn't even in the show.
To be fair, I've seen some very, like, obsessive people that have done exactly what you're describing for real. So.
Oh, yeah. No, it's certainly possibly that it's fan-made. If you're asking me personally, I think Cool Autistic Gamer is more likely... That one's more likely a psyop. That one's might be done by the actual crew because of... if you know about the crew, they actually do kind of have a little bit of a... if you know kind of about the crew and about the people working on it, it would make sense that would be what they choose to... It would make sense, basing on what you know about them.
The hyperfixation
Dolly
is still...
Dimply, on the other hand, feels more likely fan-made. It feels like it was inspired by Cool Autistic Gamer, but I think that one is fan-made.
The hyperfixation is still going, and meanwhile I'm over here looking at the magma being like, what is this creature?
Oh, let me open the magma back up. I finally got an account on it. Doesn't mean I'm gonna draw anything on it, though.
No, that's valid.
Mostly just because I've just been lazy and haven't felt like hooking up my Cintiq to my new laptop.
Oh. Yankee. It's an adorable bean. Kind of reminds me of the interactive Buddy Flash from, like, back in the day. You know, he's very, like, rounded. He's adorable, though. Look at it.
It being... Oh, that's cute.
I have transformed into Stick.
The Stick Bean.
What the heck?
Stick Bean.
Alright. Any horrors that I'm missing here? Oh, there's an entire other page going on here. Oh, it's a corkboard. Corkboard in production. I'll let you finish that up. Yeah, won't pay too much attention to that. Anyway, Jesus. I finally drew. Yeah, it's very nice. Let's see. It's crazy that we're already on like page 18. Like, holy shit. Like, you leave a magma alone for a little while and suddenly just whoosh. Alright. So back where I was talking about before, though, I got this big old list of movies of, like, possibilities that I might end up doing. This next block, I would like to call my Jim Carrey hyperfixation section. I watched a lot of movies that had Jim Carrey in it, and I really like Jim Carrey. So we've got The Mask, an absolute like classic Jim Carrey experience. So I think I'll probably end up playing that one. We got Liar Liar, which I know Liar Liar has its critics. Some people say they like it, some people don't. I'm in the camp
You've seen
of
the
people
Sonic
that like
movies, right?
it. Not yet, no. But Jim
Well,
Carrey's in
that's
there.
obvious. That's obvious. But then we're talking about Jim Carrey here. Come on, man.
All right, I'll add these Sonic movies.
We
As a
gotta
needed
have
thing.
Sonic movies, man.
And while we're talking about video game movies, I also thought about the Super Mario movies as well. I'm like,
Name the one that exists. Just the one, or do you want to watch the like anime from like the 90s?
no, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm talking like, you know, the new one with Chris Pratt. The Professor
It's
Layton
pretty good.
movie is good. Oh, I didn't even know there was a
I've
movie.
seen the Layton movie. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's cool. All right, so I've added the Sonic movies as a definite, apparently.
I hear there's a live-action Ace Attorney movie that's really good.
I've seen some video footage of that. It's interesting seeing, like, you know, live action characters with these hairstyles. You're just like, good lord, how much hair gel? The Yakuza movie on DVD. Wow. Ooh. I feel like that would work, you know, really well. Bebe loves seeing Jim Carrey on Saturday Night Live. Yeah, I forget he was on Saturday Night Live.
I forgot. I'd never seen his SNL stuff. I'll have to watch it.
I've seen clips
Night
here.
of the
and there.
Roxbury. Oh yeah, I know the bit. I do know the. Okay, I do know the SNL bits of Night at the Roxbury, but I've never seen the actual movie because I've heard the movie's not that good.
What is love?
Yep.
More Jim Carrey stuff. So this is one that like synth ass. All right.
I would like to recommend. This is one of my personal favorites. Is I Love You, Philip Morris. Despite the fact that when you know it's based on a true story, just don't go look up too much about the actual story that it's based on because you'll get really depressed.
I'm looking up I Love You, Philip Morris to see what the heck it is.
It's literally Be Gay, Do Crimes, the movie.
Oh, interesting. When did this movie come out?
Jim plays based on a real life criminal that did things like steal money from rich people from like his. It was like the most. It's stuff that's technically illegal, but he was doing it to terrible people.
Yeah, I get that.
So, and he faced a lot of discrimination in the justice system because people from the companies that he wronged and the corporate shitheads that he stole from were bribing people in the courts to give him more severe sentences and things like that.
Oh, that's shitty.
And he's been in. It's what happened to him in real life is very, very depressing, and just it reminds me of we live in a horrible, corrupt dystopia where the justice system is a complete joke, and it's very, very sad. But the movie is very good and very funny.
Mm-hmm. I've pulled up the wiki for it, and yeah, black comedy film based on 1980s and 1990s real life story. Yep. Interesting. Ooh, got a good movie to recommend? Yeah, shoot. I found there's a section here for Italy controversy, which is interesting. The distribution and promotion of the film in
I
Italy.
saw the Tintin movie. I heard good things about it, but I just never got around to it.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing ads for that. The distribution and promotion of the film by Lucky Red, the Italian distributor, was strongly criticized. The advertising campaign for everything, including posters, trailers, and TV commercials, were accused of minimizing the homosexual themes. I see. I gotcha. That's not okay. Lucky Red later claimed to have purchased from its distributor and production company EuropaCorp softer version of the original, in which most of those homosexual themes between the protagonist Stephen and Philip were removed. That doesn't sound okay. How dare you?
When was this
How dare
done?
you?
I'm guessing 90s. I'm guessing 90s.
Well, this movie came out in 2009, so, you know.
Oh, well, that's... Yeah, that's surprisingly late for anti-gay censorship. I was thinking, like, man, that reminds me of, like, the Cardcaptor Sakura dub that tried to take out all the gay stuff in that.
See, I don't know a heck of a lot about Cardcaptor Sakura. There was gay stuff?
Yes, very much so. The main character's best friend has a humongous lesbian crush on her, and the main character's rival is bisexual and for a brief time has a crush on the same guy that Sakura does.
Okay. Gotcha. Do you want to know the quote that Synth said while playing Far Far West? Go for it.
Or more
You know what?
infamously, Vic probably not being that much of an anime guy probably knows about this one. The Sailor Moon dub where they changed the lesbian couple into cousins.
Yeah, I know that one. It's
Everyone
just like,
knows that.
wow, like, I want to say swing and a miss, but I'm just like, it's more like you sabotaged the bat and made the bat explode. Wait, like, what are you doing? Just make them lesbians. Why you gotta make them awkward cousins that, like, are way too attached to each other?
Yeah, it's like they made it even weirder because you see all this, like, even in, like, the English release and stuff, they still had artwork that was very much like of the two of them posing and acting like a couple, and it's just like, and then then the show will be like, hey guys, let's remind you that they're cousins.
Pierce says,
Thanks, you took out the gay and made it. You did not actually remove the gay. You just added incest.
Pierce says, something Folgers coffee ad.
Thank God.
I hate that I'm in that corner of the internet that knows what that means. Because I know if I were to bring up,
I know about it thanks to a Nostalgia Critic commercial special where he's like, I guess I'm talking about the incest coffee commercial now.
Oh no,
That's a thing
Bebe
that my
doesn't
life
know.
is amounted to.
Bebe's not aware. Well, welcome to your education for today. There was a Christmas commercial that was made by Folgers a while back, and it starred like this one brother who was coming back to his home for Christmas. And I guess he was overseas doing like stuff with war and all that jazz. He gets to the door and he's just like, "Hey, haven't seen you in a while." It's just like, and then the gal at the other end was just like, "Sister," and they were like very buddy with each other.
So the guy goes home.
Got into the house.
His sister opens the door.
I'm telling the story.
Siblings.
I'm telling the story. But
Okay,
anyway.
Okay, go ahead.
Got into the house, and then they started brewing up Folgers coffee, and it's just like, something fresh for once. Something you can't get on the road. And then starts like drinking, and then they start wrapping presents to like, give to people. And then the gal takes one of the bows and puts it on his chest, and like he looks down and he's just like, what's that about? And then she looks at him and goes, "You're my present this year." The idea of it was, they're such close siblings. That's so wholesome. No!
It's so
If-
funny because
if you
the guy
watch
goes
it,
up to the door.
You can tell there's
His
like a
sister- his
weird.
sister opens it. It establishes that they're siblings, and then the rest of the commercial, it's shot like it's shot and framed, and the dialogue and everything. It's like they're a couple.
Yeah, it's just like there's a
so-
weird tension in the air, and you're just
What a
sitting there
good
being like,
idea.
"What?"
Yes, this is an actual commercial they aired on TV. It's very infamous
Right.
now, and there's
I
been
like-
a ton of parodies and stuff of it too.
Mm-hmm. I forget. Oh, there's this one person that I remember seeing. It's like a streamer that I've watched his streams from time to time. Don't watch him a heck of a lot. But he has this one in joke every single year. He goes onto Twitter, and he goes over to he ats Folgers and it's just like, hey, it's Christmas time, which means it's time for me to throw this trailer up in front of my audience's faces every single day for the next 25 days. That is, unless you agree to sponsor me. And I'm just like, wow, you're threatening Folgers with putting this embarrassing incest-related commercial into people's faces. That's amazing. Anyway, yeah, no, that's
Yes.
it's one of those moments that's just I've heard this from a couple of different places, and I agree with the sentiment. Anything that you decide to put out there in the media, advertising wise, or just promotional wise for your company, you should screen it with a 13-year-old first. Get a particularly well-connected, internet savvy 13-year-old, sit them down, have them watch or look at whatever it is that you are currently putting on display, and if they snicker, stop production, do not put it up on the screen. Just, you don't even need to ask them why. Just be like, nope, we failed. Nope, throw it out. And I feel like that adds one of them. You need to put that in front of a 13-year-old, and if they go, stop. You're done. You fucked up. Oh, God. Oh, speaking of which. Oh, man. So I've got one thing. I've censored out...
about movies.
No, so I've censored out a whole bunch of the stuff about the actual location of this because it's a friend of mine. I need to share this since it's relevant. I just need to go get it from Discord. Here, da-ba-da-ba. Anyway, Tintin is good. Hold on.
Tintin is good. I'd like to see it. But we were talking about movies and movies I love. In fact, one of them mentioned that I would call one of my two favorite live action movies. Please watch The Truman Show. It is a science fiction masterpiece. Genuinely, I don't know why they don't I took a classics of science fiction class in college, and I wish that I had been able to talk about The Truman Show there because it's brilliant. It's genius. Anyway, it's good. Watch it. But also, you like Muppets?
Yeah.
You like Frank Oz?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Little Shop of Horrors?
I think I've watched little bits and pieces of Little Shop of Horrors, actually.
I need to make you watch Little Shop of Horrors.
Give me a
It
moment.
is my favorite musical and my all-time favorite live-action movie.
Little Shop of Horrors. I'm gonna add that to the list.
OSHA hasn't heard of Little Shop of Horrors? Oh my god.
It's interesting. So I've seen Little Shop of Horrors in movie form. I've also gone to a school play for Little Shop of Horrors a really long time ago. And it's interesting. It's the entire story of this one, basically a monster plant that this guy has constantly been feeding.
It's based on a Roger Corman B movie from I think the 50s or 60s. Back in the day, there was this director called Roger Corman, and he's the second most famous cheesy bad sci-fi B-movie director of all time, the first being Ed Wood. But he made a lot of really iconically terrible sci-fi movies too, and one of them was called Little Shop of Horrors, about a plant, about a florist that sells a killer plant. And then that was adapted into a Broadway musical in the 80s. And then that was adapted into a musical film also in the 80s, directed by Frank Oz.
And I believe it stars
Rick Moranis.
Thank you, Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
Which I've heard
and-
nothing but like really positive things about Rick Moranis.
It's literally my favorite live action movie because it's so close to being a cartoon.
That's true, yeah.
Like,
I've seen video
they-
footage of like the live action thing,
It's
and like
directed by one of the main guys on Muppets. Like aside from Jim Henson, like Frank Oz is probably like one of the most important guys that ever did stuff with the Muppets. So it has a very and the music, as I said, it was a Broadway musical before it was a movie. The music is by Alan Menken and Howard Ashman, who would go on to compose most of the music for the Disney Renaissance.
Oh man, that reminds me. I just recently saw
So yeah, we're gonna make Bit watch Little Shop of Horrors at some point because like I'm a little obsessed with it.
I've added it to the list. Speaking of, oh, man, I just recently heard this. So apparently,
it's important when we do watch it. We have to watch the director's cut because this is important. In the Broadway show, well, I would like to not spoil this, but it's kind of important for the purposes of getting the right version of the movie. But in the original Broadway show, the villain wins. The plant eats everyone and takes over the world, and it's really funny. And in the Broadway, so that was always the ending of the Broadway show. When they were adapting the movie, that was going to be the ending of the movie, and they made this amazing, extremely elaborate, special effects heavy end of the movie where you see the plant take over the world, and then they showed it to test audiences and they hated it.
Oh, okay.
They hated it, and the crew was crying because they spent all that money and that time on that amazing ending sequence, and now they were gonna have to change it. And so they released the movie, and so the movie's theatrical version got released with a new ending where the main character kills the plant and gets the girl and lives happily ever after.
That's
Boo.
boring.
We hate
The
it.
stage play always
Yeah,
ends
and so-
negatively.
and for
That's really
years-
unfortunate.
Yep. And for years and years, people were like, we want the original ending, but the version with the original ending never got released. And then finally, it was probably 2012. I think it was 2012. Because, yeah, it was the year I started college. They finally released the movie on Blu-ray with the director's cut, which is with the original ending restored. And
Dude, awesome.
I'm so happy. So yeah, if you get it, if we watch Little Shop of Horrors, we're watching the director's cut. There's no other version to me.
I will search for the director's cut, and hopefully it's not like scalped up the ass.
Oh no, I have I'm pretty sure it's still available. I have it, so I bought it when it came out, but
Well, you never know with a movie.
It was like an official release and everything, so.
Right. Well, you never know, like, when a movie is, like, really... Either, like, it's in that butter zone where it's not super popular, but it's popular enough that people will go and buy a new copy, and then, like, not many copies were made, and therefore not scalper, but, like, bootleggers run in and, like, fill the market with a bunch of bootlegs that are, like, shoddy quality, like...
Also, Pierce, thank you for American Arcadia. I've never heard of this.
Let me look up America Arcadia.
Retro Futuristic 70s. I can dig that.
Interesting. 2023. Okay, so, been here a while.
Interesting.
2.5D platformer stuff? Whoa. Average man
Cinematic
escaping from the
puzzle
world's
game.
most popular reality TV show. Sounds goofy. Adding to wish list.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this out. If you said it's actually on par with the Truman Show, I definitely have to check that out. Because, like, yeah, aside from Little Shop of Horrors, I think Truman Show is probably my second favorite live-action movie.
Imagine
But
the Truman
escape
Show,
attempt
but
from the TV
the
show was also part
one
of the plan.
key difference. What if the
Ooh.
escape attempt from the TV show was also part of the plan? Oh, that's whoa. That's getting
really
into like
that's
slight
definitely
spoiler
interesting.
territory, but oh, what do I know? I haven't even played it. Anyway, so random aside, before I forget about this, we were talking about like failures in marketing and whatnot. Friend of mine recently just sent me a picture not too long ago. Now, I've censored out all of the identifiable information about this particular advertisement because I don't want to dox him. However, he just sent me this picture recently over DMs without saying anything. We hadn't talked in DMs for a long time, but he sent me this and he was just like, "Okay, first impressions of this. What vibes do you get?"
All right, hold on.
And I'm going to ask the exact same question to everybody here, and I want you guys' honest opinions about this. What do you guys think of when you see... Give me a second, I have to scroll this down here. I hope he's cool with me showing this picture, because, like, again, I've censored all the important details. Okay. Honest opinion. What do you guys think about when you see this? I will wait patiently for your responses. Also, hello, Grapefruit. How's it going? Let me go ahead and just zoom in so you see it a little bit clearer. I don't even want to say anything. I want to keep this I want to keep this chat going. Okay. All right. I think you guys have had enough time to let this simmer. Let's scroll. We're gonna scroll this down. All right. So again, he handed me this picture, and I was just the first thing I immediately said was bad vibes. Bad vibes. And my reasons for saying that, for context, what you're currently looking at here is a promotional little tin that has like suckers in the event that like kids end up showing up for this one particular place and like they need to have some sort of a treat handed to them. And the advertisement that they decided to use to advertise this candy tray, the company logo, the company in question is a company for in-floor heating. And the tagline I guess they're going for is warm toes, free candy. Same vibe. The company, specifically the person that made this advertisement, doesn't see the problem. Just from putting this on the screen for a brief moment, it appears that all of you have varying degrees of different problems with this ad. Here's my particular issues. Why the stock footage picture of, like, the hot, attractive woman with the candy? Why does that need to be a thing? Also, and I've been told this apparently, warm toes. Okay, I get the whole in-floor heating thing. However, apparently this company has already been pointed out like weird feet things. Like they've used the whole warm toes line on a couple of different things, and people are like, "You're putting a lot of emphasis on feet." I don't know if that's okay. And the fact that you're directly correlating the whole toes and candy thing, same vibe. Clearly that this is candy for, you know, kids who are coming in to take candy. Like, these are not things that you should be throwing into the exact same vat. You know what I mean?
Is Dan Schneider responsible for this?
Good question. Ow, thank you for the apple. Directed at this but again, I'm not going to go into specific details, but the person in question that made this advertisement doesn't see the problem. They're just like, but the thing, I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that I have been on the internet for a vast amount of time, but I see all the problems with this. Also, you want to hear the worst part? This advertisement that you're currently seeing right here was not initially about suckers. This was just an advertisement they used to advertise their services at a business meeting once that has been repurposed for these suckers.
Does that make it worse?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, I've thrown this in front of as many people's faces as I possibly could, just being like, look at this and give me your honest opinions about this. And everybody that I've shown this says, bad. Even when they can't describe why, they're just like, no, bad. So, I'm glad to see that all of you have contributed to this little statistic. They handed out suckers at a meeting one time, and the CEO went, brilliant! They love candy! I don't think so. I don't think that's it. And I'm taking this image and I'm taking it off the screen. No. Bad. It's definitely a generation gap thing. Nope. Nope. Here's the thing. The person involved with making that advertisement, they're young. They're like younger than me. They should know better. They should be hip and in the know with things. And I don't think they're on the internet. Once again, sometimes you just have to take some advertisement that you're making, put it in front of a kid. All right? And if they snicker, throw it out and start over. You can ask them why it's funny if you want to. But honestly, you could, whatever answer they give you, just throw it out. All right? You have failed your mission. Pay that kid $50, move on to the next thing. At least it isn't AI. Oh, funny you mentioned that, actually. The exact same company. Not going to go into detail about what the company is. There was somebody that actually works at the higher up for that company who, they were going around the office and they were showing people, like, an AI advertisement that they made with Sora AI. And being like, hey, guys, look, I made this. Doesn't this look good? We should put it on our social media. And everybody had to go in and correct them, being like, no. Like, bad. Stop it. Like, everything is wrong with this picture. First of all, the pipe work that you're currently seeing behind the people there make no sense. Like, all the pipes are just randomly spouting everywhere and don't actually, like, align with what it looks like. The people in this advertisement, nobody knows who they are. They're just random people. They fucked up the logo on the shirts. And, like, it just feels like a very generic human, soulless, a very soulless, 7-second video clip of just somebody being like, hey, get in heated flooring today. Don't do it. Don't use it. You could literally make that exact same advertisement by taking one of your employees and being like, hey, you want to be in this ad? Don't use the AI. AI smelly. It has business major vibes. I know what I'm doing. I went into business and marketing. Good freaking lord. Anyway, so that was my aside. These folks. If there was any job I would love to have the head of their marketing. Like, I feel like I would know a little bit more about what they're doing. I will spill a little bit more tea about this though. Apparently, the person that made that advertisement and also, like, you know, is the head of their marketing for the company, they think they are a marketing genius, like, straight up. And the higher ups, like the executives that actually run the company, they don't tell them otherwise. They're just like, oh no, they're such a genius. Look at what they made. It looks great for our company. I'm very thankful that there are people at that company that can rein that in. And again, I believe that's why I was sent that picture by my friend, because they were just like, I need opinions, okay? Outside opinions that are not connected with the company. Please just give me your honest opinions. And I'm just like, it's shit. Did you guys hear that Razer is coming out with a new AI companion? Don't give a shit. I don't want to discredit like you talking about it though. Just a heads up, I just hate AI with a passion. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of stuff coming out of CES recently, and yeah, a lot of it is AI centric, and I hate it, and I want them to stop. As someone who at one point wanted to be a graphic designer, I have learned many people who aren't in the field, who end up making their designs, have such huge egos when it comes to their questionable designs. Yeah, no. See, I get a little bit too stuck in my own head when it comes to my own productions as well. But I'm not against the idea of taking a little bit of criticism. That's important. Anyway, Zisel, you were going to say something?
Never mind.
Oh. You sure?
It's kind of related, but I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Ooh, Nova, you taking off? Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Let me think. Is there something else? AI has some good... Absolutely. I'm not one person that says AI needs to be completely destroyed. Like, there are good uses of AI. However, my issues with AI at the moment are entirely based on the fact that it's currently being used to kind of just, destroy all of the good things that we currently have and replace them with cheaper alternatives. I don't like that. Like, I would prefer these tools to be used exactly as that, as tools, not as something, like, destructive. My biology and video production teacher keeps trying to convince me to use AI. Is your biology teacher aware of the fact that AI is going to absolutely obliterate biology? Like, if you try and tell it to, like, make an accurate human body, or, like, a makeup of, like, a human being's insides, it's going to completely destroy that and, like, make up organs that don't exist. Is he aware of that? Exploded without seemingly any regulation. This is why, pop culture-wise, it is your job, as well as everybody else's job, to call this stuff out. That's what I've been doing. And funny enough, I was actually, I found out through the grapevine that there is a Discord, like, what was it? I think it was a survey they were doing. It was like, it was exclusively about AI. What was it? AI implementation, that's the word. Yeah, they're trying to come up with, like, a way of putting AI into Discord in a way that won't piss people off. And so they're like, hey, what type of AI would you be okay with in Discord? I answered that survey and I said none. And I gave like all of my reasons as to why. And then as soon as I tried to actually send off my survey answer, apparently I had timed it just at the wrong time because they canceled the survey. Like apparently that survey was up less than 24 hours and they took it down. So I get the feeling a lot of people said no. Sometimes when I draw, for some reason, I'm afraid that my art might look like AI, but then recently I realized, wait, AI steals other people's art. It's not my art that looks like AI, it's the AI that's mimicking art. Bingo, boy. I'll stick to my hand-drawn human art, thank you. And every time I show him my digital art, he asks if I used AI for it like he wanted to use it. Frickin' garbage. Didn't do the survey. I heard people were getting hacked from it. I don't know much about it, though. I don't see how you could possibly be hacked from a survey. That sounds like a rumor. Like, unless you decide to download an executable or something that's connected to that survey, I don't think that would end up causing anything, so... that sounds like somebody that was trying to scare you out of using the survey, frankly. We should watch Bluey in watch parties. I hesitate because, like, I know that a lot of people say that Bluey is, like, a cornerstone of child animation, like, you know, children animation and stuff like that. I haven't personally seen it, but I take people's word for it. Sounds like they do a lot of really cool and honestly really, like, progressive concepts with Bluey, and I appreciate that.
It is, but you're gonna feel really weird watching it without a kid.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
I feel like there needs to be a kid in the room watching it with you, or otherwise you just kind of seem like a freak.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of other things that I'm like, oh, I remember that from my childhood. That's fun. But then I'm like, that's really child-centric. I don't know if I want to do that. Can we watch Hobbits go to Isengard for 10 hours? No. No. Also, wow, you're digging up, like, skeletons with that one. They're taking the Hobbits to Isengard! Bluey's good, but it's more of a show to relax to more than getting invested in it. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. And again, not really interested in, like, you know, putting down the effort to watch Bluey. What's the TV shows that I have put on this list here? Because I got a couple of them, and these are like maybes. I might end up doing these. I have Adventure Time on this list, which, oh my god, there's so much freaking Adventure Time. Like, we would have to break that down into their individual seasons. Like,
oh god, yeah, Adventure Time is like so. I think years ago I retumbled a list of like, okay, you want to just watch Adventure Time for the plot? Here's all the episodes you have to watch, and it's a fraction of the full show.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bebe is saying, how about Infinity Train? Yeah, you got it. I have that on my list as something I would love to see. Infinity Train. The only way that you're actually able to watch Infinity Train now, unfortunately, is going, do what you want because a pirate is... Because, you know, the world sucks. I really wish they would release that. Like, if they're only going to do one season of Infinity Train, the least they could do is release, like, a DVD release. That's what I would like to see.
No, it has multiple seasons.
Oh, it did? I thought it only had one.
Yeah. No, it's got multiple seasons.
Ooh. Well, okay. My point still stands. I feel like if they're not going to allow it on streaming services, at least make physical prints. Because I want to buy a physical print of the dang thing.
It was on streaming. I think some of the other seasons were HBO Max exclusive.
It had 4?
Like, season 1 aired on Cartoon Network, but I think the other seasons were HBO Max exclusive.
Holy, I didn't know there were this many seasons of Infinity Train.
Season, yeah.
I have only heard that it's
I never saw past the first season. I just know there's other seasons.
Holy shit. Oh, Comfy's taken off. Thanks for coming in, Comfy. I appreciate it. on streaming, and it did have a DVD release. All were pulled from shelves by WB because WB. Yep. 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 It's only a DVD release? Dude, that deserved a Blu-ray. Holy shit. Was it a DVD release of the entirety of the series? Do I have to search this? Oh, okay. It did have a Blu-ray. I'm going to make the assumption that, like, the Blu-ray costs, like, you know, all of the blood in your body. Out of curiosity, I'm going to look up Infinity Train Blu-ray and see, like, how much that runs you. I'm sure it's probably completely insane. Okay, I see. It's like unavailable on Amazon. Let's see how much eBay is currently running it. Okay, first of all, I found a listing for it, but the picture of it is clearly like this is clearly not Infinity Train. Oh, I'm trying to remember what anime this is. It's not Infinity Train. I don't trust this listing at all. All right. Well, if I went to eBay directly, let me look. Demon Slayer? Yeah, thank you. You don't. You're not even looking at my screen, and you know what I'm seeing. Let's see. Yeah, no, that's Demon Slayer. What the fuck? Infinity Train Arc. I see. Understood. This is sus. Hold on a second. Infinity Train. Train. Complete series. Rare Blu-ray set. Ew, supposedly. There's the picture. $70. Now that's inflated to hell. But it's not as, like, inflated as I thought it would be. I'm not picking it up. But that's like... I don't hate that price point. It's better than, like, Over the Garden Wall, I will say. Which is another series I would love to have a physical release of at some point. Unfortunately, Over the Garden Wall is out of print, as far as my knowledge knows, and I went and I looked up, like, anybody that possibly has a copy of Over the Garden Wall, and on Amazon, you can buy a used copy for, like, over $1,000.
Good lord. I bought the whole series on iTunes for like $10.
I know, right? Out of curiosity, what about eBay? Let me see if anybody has, like, you know, any eBay stuff. All right, you could buy the Over the Garden Wall DVD. Those apparently are fairly thank you for the pie. Those are fairly common, and you can get it for like $9. That's not terrifying. But specifically, I would like to have the Blu-ray copy, though. Like, I want to have that fidelity, man. Frickin' Susix. Oh, hello. Ah, Susix gave me Snab as payment. Thank you. Understand, if you bully me from this point on, you're bullying Snab as well. Okay? Understand. Be cautious about that. All right, I've looked up over the... Let's add Blu-ray to the title and see if anybody's got it. Come to think of it... Hold on a sec. Is there even one? Oh, wow. There's one that's like $300 now. No, thank you. Like I said, I think a lot of my my movie purchasing is going to be based on what physical copies I can find, either at, like, you know, like, secondhand stores, or finding them, like, on a Blu-ray rack. out like at a Target or a Walmart. Yeah, that reminds me. I'm gonna go ahead and add Over the Garden Wall as like. There we go. That's a 1-day option. Look at all the kitties. Snap shield has been given. Someday in the apocalypse, scavengers will find Bit's house and stumble onto the motherload of Blu-rays. I don't have a motherload of Blu-rays. Like, my brother's collection is extensively much larger. Like, he gave me a portion of the amount of physical media that he's got in, like, tote form, and he's got a ton more currently at his house. So, like, if there's anybody that you want to, like, you know, find the motherload for, find Bit's brother's house. Don't do that. Okay? I'm saying right now that was a joke. Bad. Anyway, so for other
Speaking
TV
of
series.
AI, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go for it. Speaking of AI,
Speaking of AI bullshit, I just got a new laptop recently, as some of you may know. I have yet to install Photoshop on it because I'm lazy. Figure I'll do that right now. So I go to the site where I got Adobe Premiere, which is the video editor that I work with. I unfortunately would prefer not to use Adobe, but it's what I know how to use because it's what I learned in art school.
tell me about it.
But so I go to get the Photoshop, and it says Photoshop 2026 with new AI features, and I'm like, oh fuck.
No.
So now I'm trying to find, okay, what's the last version of Photoshop that didn't have AI bullshit?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And I think I found a 2022 version on Internet Archive. We'll see. Let's try that.
We'll see. Isn't Photoshop subscription now, or am I mistaken? No, you're correct, but you know,
No,
that doesn't
you're correct.
that doesn't stop people from sailing the high seas.
Yarg. Yarg, matey.
I see. I'm a stuck-up son of a gun, and I don't like. You know, I get really terrified about the idea of sailing the high seas personally. So, I have been stuck to Adobe CS6 for the past like 11 years.
Oh, I was using CS5 up until literally the new laptop.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, like, and even then, like, I think you guys have heard my story about all the trouble I had with this installing CS6 and how it literally broke my startup, and I had to figure out how to fix that. That was a fun time. Trust me, if I had the option of, if they release CS7 tomorrow, I will find the funds and I will buy it. Okay? Like, I'm aware they'll never do that because it's a lot more lucrative for them to be like, no, pay your subscription fee, jerkbag. Like, and that makes me sad. And that's why I'm trying to move away to, like, other alternatives. What's a good free alternative to Photoshop? Funny you ask. I'm currently trying to train myself off of Adobe software. For Photoshop, this is like, I'm telling you this with extreme caution. There is a group that does own this software called Affinity. Now, initially, Infinity was its own individual brand, or Affinity rather, not Infinity. Affinity was its own individual brand that had its own like software releases, and the way it worked previously was you bought the thing, you have full and complete access to that one version of that thing, and when they release a new version of the thing, technically you don't own that thing. So, but you can upgrade your version to the latest thing if you wanted to. Very old school Adobe that way, and I appreciate that. It's raining, man. However, they have changed. They've changed hands, first of all. So, Affinity Software is now owned by Canva, and Canva has been shoving a lot of AI bullshit into their products as of recently, including they have a new free version of Affinity that exists now. My assumption is that they are making it free so that they can like skim all of your information and all of your media and basically pool it into their own reserve so that they can make their own like AI tools and stuff. I know that there are like ways that you can turn off those functions of that software. If you're okay with that, if you're like, if you can jive with that kind of a thing, I would recommend Affinity. Honestly, it is a complete replacement of any of Adobe's like either Photoshop or Illustrator. Like, it is good stuff. It's just unfortunately being run by assholes now. As for video production, I have been trying to train myself on using DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is absolutely free, and it's a little bit of a learning curve. Like, I've been having a lot of trouble with it. However, DaVinci Resolve is actually really good. And anything that they do make, like AI-wise, it's literally just in name only. Like, their technology is more based off of, like, you know, machine learning types of things. It's not it's not like generative AI bullshit. And the tools are actually good. So I would recommend DaVinci Resolve. And if you can sport like the $200 to pay for like the version with all the extra fun effects in it, I'd recommend. He's good. I did find out one thing though. Apparently, the free version of DaVinci Resolve doesn't have all the codecs available right away. You need like the paid version for that. So for like the average user that's only going to render something in modern codecs, you're fine. Like, you'll be good. But recently, I was trying to figure out how to render something with like interlaced footage in like an old school format, and I couldn't do that because they don't allow you to do that on the free version. That's where they get you. Just like, are you a weird video snob? Yeah, you can't use our software for that. So, anyway, yeah, there are replacements for Adobe software, and I recommend those particular ones, if you can. Let's see. I'm heading out now. Have fun, says Susix. All right, have a good one. You Canva. Yeah, no, I absolutely, I agree. It's like, I saw the announcement that Affinity was going free, and I'm just like, what the fuck's the catch? But at that point, I had already paid for the paid version of Affinity. Honestly, I'm thinking about just like sticking with that version specifically. Because technically I can. There's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, so let me dive back onto my my list of like movies and shows and things, because we got a couple other things on this list.
One last thing. Sorry, I wasn't gonna talk about this, but maybe I should. So recently, I guess I would kind of like, I guess because I was also kind of like to see what you guys think about this. So you guys probably have heard me talk about Shadowverse. It's a game I did content creation for the past 5 years. I'm probably gonna stop doing it this year and do other things for various reasons. This isn't really one of them, but it's really upsetting to hear about nonetheless. So recently, the company that makes Shadowverse, and also their much more popular game, Uma Musume, the Horse Girls game, they recently posted that they are opening a sub studio, and they're called Cygames AI Studio. So they're going to be starting to do stuff with AI under the Cygames label, sorta, kinda. It's not entirely clear what they're going to do yet, but someone did find a job listing for, like, what was it? Image. what was it? Image processing, image generation and processing. So
Yeah.
people jumped on that thinking that that immediately means Gen AI. They're gonna start doing Gen AI stuff. They're gonna steal from people, etc., etc., etc. It's not clear if that's what they're going to do yet, but it's because that's not the only thing generation and processing does. It's also like using it to like fix like if you need to like image correction, like just has kind of like advanced AI focused AI powered editing. Like you train a software to edit a kind of image in a certain way or adjust things in an image in a certain way, and that can save you a lot of time. It does not necessarily mean using it to do bad, unethical things, but the problem is it could mean using it for bad, unethical things. We don't know yet. There's not enough information, but it's blown up. It's the game is the company is just going people are really shitting on Cygames right now. And the worst part, because I just saw something, is there was a post that they made on one of their socials sharing some art from Shadowverse. And that post has something like, let me find it. Never mind. Might have gotten deleted. But they had a post where they posted some of the art from Shadowverse. It has like, I don't know, a couple hundred likes, couple hundred retweets, but millions of views. And there are people saying on the commenting, asking if the image is AI or thinking that it's AI. And it's and what pisses me off about that is there is this art was made by a real artist. Shadowverse has some of the best illustration that you like will ever see in a card game or like anime style video game in general. And they've always had a really amazing art team. They credit all their artists on it literally for the art that they posted. There was, if you go to the card reveal on the Shadowverse's main socials, you can see they have credit for the artist. So literally just because of this one tweet they made, Cygames announcing their AI studio, people are now assuming that the art for the games made by real people and credited by real people is now AI. And I'm
I think that is one of the
very frustrated by this.
I think that's one of the main problems.
And
yeah. One of my main problems with AI technology in any industry is that the second you start using it, you're suddenly throwing a gigantic question mark into literally everything you do. So yeah. It kind of makes me sad that people immediately pick up their pitchforks and start poking just because they happen to smell blood in the water once. I don't blame anybody, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they credited this artist. It's made by a real artist. They couldn't bother to, like...
Well,
everybody's just automatically assuming the worst and panicking, and...
Internet literacy ain't something that's taught nowadays, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
It sucks. I'm just very... I don't know what to do about it, because, like... It seems I don't want to think that because this company's always had very good practices in the past. I never would have considered them, even with all these companies jumping on the A-Try, I never would have expected they'd do that too, or if they did, they would do anything malicious with the technology. But
yeah,
now it's kind of coming into question, and now everybody's even like pointing at the art that was made by their real artists who they've always done a lot to support. They had a museum, like the only content creator in our space the one guy who's the only content creator that gets any kind of views or traffic or anything in this space because he's sponsored by the company is went to their, like, they had a museum in Tokyo where they had, like, it was a museum of the art from their games. All, and then that was a whole, and he was talking about how he went to that, and it was like how they were celebrating all of the artists in their games, and it felt so positive. And now this happens, and now everybody and now people are like asking if art that is clearly made by real human artists and credited as such and promoted widely as such, if it's AI.
Right.
And I'm
hard to say. Like, we're not. I mean, in the case of what we've recently seen, we can look at the credit and we can say for certain that it wasn't. It's kind of like we're gonna have to wait and see when it comes to anything, in the future for any companies that are currently picking AI up. I know that I'm currently dealing with my own frustrations with like Microsoft for a number of different reasons. But one of them being that they've already made the decision that they are going to implement AI tools into their workforce. And I'm hesitant about saying exactly what that's going to be because they haven't said yet. There's, people are speculating, but we don't have like direct answers yet. And we're not going to know until like they release something and people can put it underneath a microscope. So I'm just waiting. If anybody is like accused of using AI, I'm going to let people that know their shit when it comes to AI generation. I'm going to let them inspect this stuff first before I make any like massive accusations. But one thing I know for certain is that if a company directly says they're using AI for anything, my main answer to that is, enjoy not getting a day one release purchase from me ever again, because it's not safe to do it anymore. I don't know what my money's going towards, and I want to be careful about that.
Yeah, I feel like Cygames is gonna have to make a statement about this, because otherwise people literally are not even trusting their current art, and that is fully credited to real artists, because they just see, Cygames is working with AI, is going to be working on doing stuff with AI tools now. So I feel like they have to say something to ensure people that like what's going to go into their future games and what's not going to go into in their games in the future.
I'd appreciate transparency.
Otherwise, people are just not going to know. Again, yeah, they're not going to know what's going on, and they're not going to trust is this being made ethically.
Yeah, I want transparency from anybody that uses this stuff, and I'm flipping a middle finger at anybody that says, "Oh, you don't need transparency. I don't know, just consume like a stupid consumer, you idiot." I'm looking directly at you, Epic Games.
Yep.
Yeah, that does give me sad. But this is exactly why I'm going into my nostalgia phase. I'm going, hey, what's stuff that I haven't watched yet? What's something that I probably should go and watch? Because I know that hasn't been tainted yet. Here. More on that, though. I got, so we talked about, like, Avatar The Last Airbender is another thing on my list. I don't know if I said that or not.
Oh, yeah.
I watched some episodes of Avatar back in the day, but I was never, like, an avid, like, sit down and watch kind of guy with Avatar. But every single person that I talk to, like, they give Avatar ridiculous pedigrees now, so... it's on my radar for like something I might watch, as well as Legend of Korra, of course, which people say that's like absolute peak. That's when like it was like the biggest ever. Also, Pierce was saying that like apparently Finland is teaching some internet media literacy in Finland. You know what? That's good. We need more places that advertise, like, as important as it is to teach people how to use computers, I feel like it's important to teach people how to use computers properly and well. I have Steven Universe on this list. That would be a heck of a rabbit hole. One other thing that I am thinking about doing, I mean, like, I don't want to just do stuff that's appropriate for all ages, so to speak. I've got a handful of things that I'd also like to watch that like fall within PG-13, maybe like, R-rated or M-rated kind of content. I'd never want to do anything like, really, really like offensive or something that might actually not be appropriate for children. But I would like to at least cover stuff that I think like, is for an older audience. So a couple of things I have on my list for that. You know what? I've had it on my list to watch Cyberpunk Edgerunners for a while. I have heard Edgerunners is really freaking good. And considering I'm a gigantic fan of Cyberpunk 2077, that would be rad. I think I've only seen the first episode, and the first episode is like, whoa, very good. So that's up there. What other stuff was I thinking about watching that was like sort of within more of a mature rating? I have a couple of things that I've already got lined up and ready to go, but I don't want to spoil you guys about what it is. A Vox Machina is good, but mature audience. Vox Machina, isn't that the D&D thing?
Yeah, it's like a Critical Role show, I think. It's an animated series based on Critical Role.
Mm-hmm. I've heard about that. Very interesting. Let me look up Vox Machina real quick.
Critical Role. my SO is really, really into tabletop RPG stuff and stuff like Critical Role, but I don't know anything about it.
That's fair. My brother is like massively into Critical Role. He watches like every stream. You can watch it on Prime Video. Woo. I get upset with streaming services. I want to be able to actually watch.
I now have Photoshop that is hopefully not with any AI bullshit.
All right.
In it. 2022 was before the big AI boom, so I think I'm good.
Yeah, you're probably fine. Oh man, I will say, so I'm not gonna say, I don't actively use any pirated media or anything. However, there was a period of time where I did think, what if somebody were to find torrented files for Photoshop 2022 and like other Adobe softwares and install them and just try them. And I will say that, like, apparently when you do that, there is a chance, if you have your computer connected up to the internet, it will phone home and Adobe will find out that what you have is illegitimate copies, and then it will lock you out and tell you to buy a subscription.
Well, hopefully not, because I got this one from Internet Archive.
We'll see. Crossing my fingers for you.
Thank you. Never had an issue with Premiere. So, flavorfully good. And if not, I just reinstall my freaking my CS5 from 2011.
Oh.
If
you run into problems with
version?
that,
14-year-old
just a warning.
version?
Have you tried to install CS5 on anything that was Windows 11?
I had it installed on my... Technically no, because on my old PC it was installed on the Windows 10, and then I upgraded that to Windows 11 before I got the new one.
Yeah.
So it worked fine on 11, but I
Yeah,
technically
that
didn't
was
have
like-
to install it on 11.
Technically, it was already installed, though. I wouldn't be surprised if you ran into some problems with, like, you know, like, I
Possibly.
found out that I had major driver and registry errors when I tried to install, like, old Adobe software into Windows 11. I'm giving you that warning right now. You might be in for a little bit of a headache on that one.
Well, hopefully not.
Though if you do run into a problem, I might have like a vague idea about how to solve it. Since I ran into similar problems. Drawing stuff in the magma still, that's why I'm not saying much this Phoenix. And no problem.
Oh yeah, I just looked in the magma again. I see the Snatcher hating winter. I feel that.
I also see a Snatcher that's just, oh yeah, wait, no, there he is. Yeah, I see the winter. Also, he's just like staring at the abominations. The monsters. Let's see. I gotta plan a day one of these days to actually go out to like my local pawn shops and my local like, you know, secondhand shops. Because I've never given them like really focused attention before, but now I feel like I'll actually have a good radar for it. Like now that I'm looking. Like have you ever Carl. Thanks. Have you ever like not thinking about something even once, but then the second you do think about it, every single place that sells such thing just suddenly appears in your general like periphery? You're just like you spend so long not even thinking about table lamps, but then suddenly like you think, I could go for a better table lamp. Then suddenly like all of the outlets that have table lamps, they light up like a Christmas tree for you. I don't know what psychology thing there is about that, but like it just, I don't know, it's weird. I've heard the same thing happens if you're like, you know, I should probably get a new mattress. Suddenly you realize that there's like 20 mattress stores in your town. And you're like, what? When did these guys show up?
Not related to... this isn't really related. Maybe it is, I don't know. I usually don't post in this channel at all in your server bit, but I had to post in the Floof Zone, because I found out, yesterday, there is a puppy store not even 10 minutes from my house.
Oh, I remember
Literally,
seeing that, and I was like, you lucky son of a gun.
It's just a store that sells puppies and puppy accessories. They got food, they got treats, they got collars, they got toys, they got everything. You just
I saw it so
buy
freaking
your
cute.
puppy and all your puppy accessories, and they got like 30 different puppies there that you can just take out and play with.
I miss having
and it's
dogs.
like the most wonderful place in the world. I need to go back there as soon as humanly possible and just play with them and just spend all day there playing with the puppies.
I feel like this place would heal me.
It would.
I want to be there.
I think it would. It healed me quite a bit
Oh,
last night for like the. I only got to be there for like 15 minutes, but it was a wonderful 15 minutes of.
I get my share of floof by going over to my folks' place and like, you know, rustling around with the cats.
Aw, I miss my cat.
Is this a like you just don't live near them, or like they've passed away?
Oh, my cat passed away the 2012, the year I started college. So it's been quite a long time, but I still miss her.
You know what? Same. I have I've talked about like Nala, this one cat who basically imprinted on me, which is funny because like she was cold to everybody else, and she was so cute. I think she also imprinted on me because I was the one that like respected her boundaries and didn't try and like pick her up and rustle her in any way. I'm just like, no, you're cool. let her do her own thing. And then she was just like, "You're my human. I like you." Here, let me pull up this image here. There we go. My dad just recently sent me some pictures of... Here. Save image. He sent me some pictures that he found on his phone, and they're of, like, my buddy Poe. There we go. Poe as a kitten. Bark. There he
Hold on,
is.
I gotta pull the stream back up to see it.
Look at the guy. He's so small. I love him. He's so cute.
Let me see.
He's just a little guy. He's funny because,
Oh.
like, he has... I'm not going to say
He looks
he's
like a
imprinted
sassy
on
cat.
me.
He looks
No,
like a
actually.
very sassy kitty.
No, he's not. Actually, he's very well-mannered.
Oh.
And it's funny, like, again, I've talked about him before on the stream. I don't think he's imprinted on me per se, but like I do think I am one of his favorites. Because he does come running and he squeaks whenever he sees me. And also hold on, I'll put a more recent picture on the screen just so like there we go. Have a good comparison between the two. There we go. There we go. There's the big guy. But like I think he's about like a year and a half or like 2 years old at this point, and he still sounds so squeaky. Like, dude's voice hasn't dropped an iota. So he's just like, and he's just like, oh boy, baby boy. He's so cute.
His eyes.
Yeah. Here, let me.
I want a cat. I want another cat, or I want a puppy, or I don't know. I'm very lonely, and I would like a pet.
Oh, it would be nice. Osha's cat is squeaky. Hey. I think I have a couple other pictures that my dad sent. Let me see. Unfortunately, some of the pictures actually have like identifiable backgrounds, so like I unfortunately can't post those to you guys. Oh well. Here, let me see if I can find a good one. Yeah, that's slightly identifiable. I can't do anything with that. That is definitely identifiable. Can't do anything with that. Oh, have I posted this picture? I don't know. I don't know if I have. I'm going over to the Floof Zone just to see. Probably haven't. Actually, no, I think I have, now that I think about it. I think I posted this picture a while back. Where are you? Maybe not. You guys post a lot of pictures of animals in here. Why are you doing that? I don't understand. I'm not seeing it in here. I'm gonna post this over in like just a data server I got. Here we go. My dad took this picture and he's adorable. I'm gonna go grab it. Save. I love the internet. It allows me to do so many things remotely. Anyway. Yeah, there we go. Look at this grouchy boy. Look at this grouchy old boy.
He's got the judgment stare.
Yeah, he does. He judged you. But he's a good boy. And also, this is apparently my dad took this picture of him after he had caught a mouse. So, you know, he's a hard worker. He's allowed to scowl. Just a little bit. His eyes are so pretty. I know, right? And in the background, you can see Kylo in the background. He is so big. Dude's floofy. Speaking of which, my folks recently, they've been taking like very close look at everybody's health just because like they've had some interesting like cat health scares within the past couple of years. So they're like, no, we're gonna be more hands-on with this now. And they actively go and weigh all of the cats to make sure that they're like healthy weights for cats. Oh, Squid Gal's heading off. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a very good night. So, they've weighed the cats, and the two Chaos brothers, Poe and Finn, not Foe and Pin. Poe and Finn are the exact same weight, and they're actually like relatively light. They're I don't think they're gonna grow much bigger than what they are, but they're really like kind of smaller cats. Like a really decent size. However, this guy here is like, I think 16 pounds. And that's not body weight. This is just a big freaking cat. And that's nothing compared to his brother in the background there, Kylo. Kylo is like a mix between a Maine Coon and like I think like standard house cat. And it shows because this cat is like 18 pounds. And that is both in size and muscle. He is chunk. Big boy. And he's floofy as hell, too. And also, he is one of the most, like, independent freaking cats that I have ever seen. Like, here, let me, can I find a recent picture of him? I probably could. Here, let me go to the internet and see if I can find one. Do not the cat. But the cat can you. Yeah, exactly. Cat's just like, no, I be me. Let me be me and you go. You go away. Leave alone. I don't know whose cat this is, but what the heck? Oh, this is like a meme picture I took once. Okay. I was just like, who the hell are you? Do I not have any, like, recent pictures of freaking Kylo? Geez, been a while. Oh, there's an adorable picture of him sitting in my dad's truck. I could grab that one. Oh, okay. The most recent picture I took of him was him after getting home from the vet, and he was, like, very sick. We're not gonna show that one. 'Cause no. No, I will respect his, I will respect him just a little bit. There he is. Oh, I love him. Mystery cat. Don't know what breed my cat is, but my cat is huge, says Remy. There we go. So, for Kylo, their favorite human being in their household is my dad, because my dad spoils him by taking him out into the garage and also like taking him on adventures in other places outside of like his regular stomping grounds. And this cat is bored. So, here, let me... Big! I think this is another picture that my dad took. He was just like, hey, look at funny cat. Big! Big boy. Look at those eyes. There's murder in them eyes. Holy shit. Nice just chill. Their face. Look at him. He's just there. He's huge. Kylo deserves smooches. All the smooches. He's so cute. No, recently he ended up in the emergency room for cats. Like early December. This cat is the primary reason, well, one of the primary reasons why my family didn't really have a Christmas this year. Because we're like, uh-oh, emergency med crap. Well, money is run out. Guys want to just hang? And that's what we did. No, he had what a heck of a lot of cats ended up dealing with, which is urinary tract problems. Specifically like blockages and crystals and things. And that is extremely dangerous for a cat. Basically, if your cat has that, like, a cat can suddenly, like, pivot and, like, in 24 hours just no longer be alive. Luckily, my folks, like, were able to tell, like, Kylo, like, you know, he's not normally really affectionate. And again, he's a very independent cat and doesn't actually interact very much with people. He just sort of walks around, lounges where he wants to, and owns the household, basically. However, on this particular day, he was, like, getting up on counters and, like, walking in front of people as they're walking through and, like, trying to get people's attention. Squatting in random places. And they were like, okay, that's a sign that something's wrong. You're going to the vet right now. And luckily they caught it and they immediately fixed it. But not without my folks having this gigantic amount of money that they had to spend. And then this cat had several extra emergency trips to the ER, which added even more to the bill. So unfortunately, well, fortunately for us, this cat is like doing great right now. He's like on a new diet and he seems to be taking to it well, as well as also he's acting more goobery than normal, which like we appreciate. He's doing a lot of like, you know, whenever like there's sunlight somewhere, he just like he walks over to it and then just rolls for an hour. He's cute. And also, if he finds a comfortable place to lie down on, he lies down like a weirdo. like this freaking cat, like if there is like he has weird ways of like comfortably lying down, or he'll like lie on his back, like flat on his back, or like, you know, he'll lie down on a chair with like his lower half just hanging off the side of the chair. He's a weirdo. Oh, Osh's cat as well does that. But no, he's a weird mix of just like a strange little goober and also a very independent goober. Just being like, no pets. I don't want pets. Tell me when it's feeding time. But he's super cute. I would do anything for that little like bundle of fuzz. Remy has sent me pictures of their cat. Am I allowed to put these on the screen? Can I chuck this in people's faces? I will say Remy, yes, okay. Remy is not lying when they say cat is big. Ooh, I'm not, okay. I am choosing not to show the one with the window and the stuff in the back because I feel, yeah, no, that's doxable. I will not show that one. I will show this one, however. Holy shit. That is a big boy. Good lord. Look at this guy. Is that a cat? I don't know. It could be a leopard for all we know. Wow. That is awesome. That is Roger. Okay. I love him already. He's so sleepy. Just hanging out. Yeah, he knows what's comfortable. He's just like, this is your computer chair? No, screw you, it's mine. This is my chair. I so freaking. I love him. It's my baby. Oh man,
Oh.
I'm just imagining the hugs. Here.
Yeah, sorry for not talking. I was distracted for a good few moments.
Oh, no worries. You don't need to apologize for like slight silence. He's cool. It's fine. Everybody ebbs and flows. Cat is gigantic. Yes. All right.
Jealous
I
of
think I've-
everyone's pets.
Yeah. Everybody's pets. I got a couple more movies on my list of, possible things that I might pick up here. Okay, I was in the middle of my my Jim Carrey like hyperfixation time. I talked about Liar Liar. Talked about Bruce Almighty.
That one's not that great.
I know, right? It's on here just because I have like a nostalgic feel to it, but like compared to all his other work, it's not that great. It's sort of like okay.
It's one of his more mid movies.
Yeah, it's all right. Like if I have a day where I'm feeling a little bit more up to it, I might pick it up. What do we think about Ace Ventura?
Oh, that movie is aged
Yeah.
not well.
Yeah.
Very
know.
not. There's a huge elephant in the room with that movie.
And a rhino. Anyway. Yeah, there's an elephant in the room when it comes to that movie. Specifically, I know the one Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls. It's like, oh. No, that's...
No, I'm talking
That's
about the
awful.
first one with the villain.
Ooh, actually, I don't quite remember that one. What happened in that?
So the villain of the movie is a trans woman.
Oh, I see.
And it's
Okay.
the early 90s.
And they are pictured as being the villain.
Well, that
Okay.
itself is not the problem. It's the
Is it all the jokes that they say, like...
and
Is it all the jokes
the-
they say in, like, retaliation to said trans woman?
there's just a lot of really transphobic jokes.
Understandable. Yeah, there were a
surrounding
lot
her.
of really unfortunate trans jokes that I remember there being in, like, the 80s and the 90s. Especially in the 90s. Like, ugh. Hello, Mr. Cooper. How's it going? I hope you're having a good one. Can I send a picture of my cat through the Tumblr messages? I mean, okay. You can go ahead and do that. I don't know if I'm, like, comfortable putting everybody's pets on the screen here. This is not, like, the Pet Review 101. But I can take a look at them real quick. Anyway, I added the Ace Ventura movies just because I remember them. However, I am well aware of the fact that, like, I know that the second movie is definitely aged well. Or, no, not well, rather. As aged horribly. The first one as well, especially considering the trans angle, like you mentioned. I completely forgot about that. I remember somebody telling me that, and I just
only got reminded of it when I saw the movie on TV again recently. I'm like, oh god,
oh no,
oh no.
Oh god, oh hell. Yeah, I know. Oh. That's my one like primary fear right now is that something that was like, a stable grounding. What was it? It's like something that's like a cornerstone of my childhood is going to turn out to have something terrible that I completely forgot about, and we're going to learn about this as we're watching it. And I'm like, shit. I don't condone this particular part. I know I got a couple of movies that are like kind of within that that area, but like I'm trying to like think back and remember those things. I've added the Sonic movies.
Who is this cool, nifty scarecrow man in the magma? Barnaby Buckwheat?
Give me a moment.
A, a s-
Let's go to
it's a
the
fancy
magma and
scarecrow man.
take a stare at it real quick.
I dig him.
Let me go look at him. Oh, also, here, this is new. Wasn't here previously. Angry Cold Snatcher. Very good. Barnaby Buckwheat. I wonder, who would that be? I'm not entirely sure. It looks styling, though. I'll give him
He
that.
looks like if Jack Skellington was a scarecrow. And I can
Oh,
dig
I can
that.
see it. I like him.
He does remind me a little of like when like in the beginning of the movie, when Jack has the pumpkin on his head as he's doing the thing, as he's coming into
Oh.
town.
Phoenix says that OC came to me in
I'm
a
reminded
dream.
of that.
Ah. Very nice OC. And yeah, again, then we have good old Snatcher. I mean, man, does it? I mean, I know it snows in Subcon, but like, I feel like if it snows in Subcon, you better run. Because you got more than a snowstorm coming for you. Okay, we got another, like, Carl mystery situation here. Alright, it's for Sunflower. Hey, nice. Commercial performance. Sunflower. Okay. Commercial viability. Sunflower. Is this something money grubbing? Wait. Rising? Like rising before the fall? Sunflower, the fallen angel. Wait. Fallen angels? They both have wings. That means they have too much power. Wow, the blue shell, that has wings too. Danger! Dragons! That reminds me of Kingdom Life 2 on Roblox. Is this them? Sure, let's go with that. It all makes sense. That's freaking great. I need more, like, corkboard conspiracies in my life. More joking ones, I'll say. Not legit ones. Legit ones suck.
Remember when conspiracies were fun?
I mean, yes, and I also remember that they have also been terrifying. I hesitate to actually say some, like, legit conspiracies because, why do I expect that, like, I'm gonna send some sort of, like, I'm gonna talk about some conspiracy, and then somebody is gonna, like, jump in here and just be like, it's totally true and you've been brainwashed! It's like, oh god.
Phoenix.
The chemtrails are real! I'm
the-
sorry.
The Scarecrow guy convincing you to help become the god of death. You're talking about the Scarecrow guy. That's really funny because that makes me think of. Have you ever seen The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and the Halloween episode with? There is also a. He's not a scarecrow, but he's a guy who was like a prankster, and he played a prank on Grim that allowed him to cheat death and become immortal, but it still pissed off Grim, so what he did was he cut off the guy's head and he replaced it with a pumpkin. And now he's just like this immortal guy with a pumpkin for a head. And then he comes out and causes chaos every Halloween, and that's what the special is about. And it's one of my favorite episodes of that show. And the character whose name is just Jack-o'-lantern, he's very cool. And I was wondering if that was an inspiration at all.
Sounds pretty metal. Been a while since I've seen Billy.
It's
and
very
Mandy.
cool.
Man.
It's very, very cool. That would.
I
We
remember
should watch.
loving
That would
Billy
be
and
another
Mandy.
thing for us. Or maybe just like select episodes though. The whole series is pretty long, and I don't think there's probably just like you could probably just pick out like 20, 25 like really noteworthy episodes and just watch those. The rest are good. They're just
I mean, I know that there are box sets for the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Like, that's not out of the possibility of me like picking it up.
The
And I
only set
can't
that ever
imagine
got
it's that
released was
expensive.
they had a season 1. They had a season 1 release, but I
Uh-huh.
don't think they ever released the rest of the seasons because I own the season 1 DVD.
Ah, drat. Well, let me go to the internet and see if the internet can be the internet.
Actually,
wrong
or no,
website.
maybe they did release a complete series because they released Cartoon Network did do complete series releases of a few of their shows. They did it for Dexter's Laboratory. They did it for Powerpuff Girls. They did it for Courage the Cowardly Dog. I was actually thinking of picking that up over Christmas. The Courage the Cowardly Dog complete.
I see the complete
uh,
season 1, but that is as far as it goes.
Yeah, I think that's all they ever released. Oh, that sucks.
Fix this. Freaking
I
Cartoon Network.
know. Yeah, they should, especially because, like I just mentioned, they actually did do full series DVD releases of a few of their shows. I was gonna buy Courage the Cowardly Dog, because I was rewatching it on Max, or HBO Max, or whatever the fuck it's called, and then HBO Max was like, oh, by the way, we took off all the Cartoon Network stuff, sorry. Like, why?
And this is why I want
You
to
own-
own things.
You own it!
Jesus
own it.
Christ. Yeah, what? It's just like, we don't want to pay royalties anymore. See ya.
Who are you paying them to? You're paying them to yourself. HBO Max is owned by Turner, which owns Cartoon Network, which owns all those shows. I don't understand.
I don't know. It's weird because I actually do hear, there's a message on Blue Sky I recently saw. Apparently, like,
Oh,
there's a guy who was
Bebe, if you're talking about... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, there's a guy that I saw, they posted about the fact that they did this one, like, background character thing for this one movie this one time, and they're still getting royalty checks for the streaming, for the streams and stuff for it. I don't think it was a background character. I think it was just a side character that said, like, one line, and they're just like, yeah, I still get a check, like, every couple of months, and it's usually like $500. And I'm just like,
Dang, good for them.
dude, that'd be rad. I could go for that.
Good for them. Oh yeah, Dead Meat. I was a Kickstarter backer for that. And I was devastated when Maxwell finally came out and said, yeah, it's not happening. I'm sorry.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think what happened was he got enough money that he assumed that he made past his goal, so he's like, oh yeah, this will be more than enough to make it. And then he goes to make it, and everything that could have gone wrong goes wrong. And the project just ends up kind of dying.
That's the worst kind of story.
Yeah, I was really disappointed. I mean, I guess that happens. Like, even when you have money to fund something, sometimes projects can still just fall apart, and that's very sad.
Yeah. Again, I told you all the story of the development team behind Night in the Woods, and
Yeah.
God, how much I want to hug every single one of them.
Concepts. I did see some of the concept stuff. It was really cool. I'm sad Maxwell Adams has not really done anything. He wasn't a co-creator, but he was like, the last major thing I remember him doing was like, he was one of the main, he wasn't the creator, but he was like one of the main directors, art directors, not a showrunner, but he was like, he was a major player in the Disney cartoon Fishhooks. And that is like the last thing I remember him doing. And that was like over 10 years ago. Yeah. I wish he would do things again. Apparently, I did hear he was in talks with Cartoon Network about some kind of new Grim Adventures thing. Like, maybe they were gonna do like Nickelodeon did with Rocko's Modern Life or Invader Zim and like make a new movie or something. And I heard he was in talks about that with Cartoon Network, but I don't know if it's gone anywhere. Like, if that's actually going to happen or not. It might. That would be really cool if it did, but yeah, that's kind of a Schrodinger's cat situation at the moment. We don't really know if it's happening or not.
Schrodinger's cat. Good analogy.
Bye, OSHA.
See you later, OSHA. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it.
Maxwell Adams turned you into a goth. Tim Burton turned me into a goth.
I was never a goth, but if I had to choose anything in particular that did that, I feel like it would have been like music. Like, I remember I listened to, not by my own like doing, I heard a lot of music like secondary from my brother, and I heard a lot of like My Chemical Romance and Evanescence. A lot of it.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. So while I was searching up Billy and Mandy complete series, there's some other related things in the search as well. Courage being one of them. And Ed, and Eddie. Good Lord, man.
Yes.
That is like champ show right there.
Amazing show. I think I've told this story before. One of my favorite things, looking back now on Ed and Eddie, when a thing that I never knew when I was a kid is that Ed and Eddie, despite being a Cartoon Network original and one of the most like famous, well, it's two things. One of like the most well-known like Cartoon Network shows of all time. It is also ridiculously Canadian.
Yeah.
All the VAs are Canadian. It was all made in Canada. Creators Canadian. It's just all Canadian. But it's still it somehow that was. And yet it's still, and yet Cartoon Network is not. And most people don't know that because the show does take place in America, because there was an episode where they find they're like looking through a bunch of trash and they've come across a box of turkey basters, and they're like, hey, we should like give these to the neighborhood kids and we'll start a new trend. And I guess Double D is probably like, but they're turkey basters, what do we do with them? And Eddie's like, they're squirt guns, Canadian squirt guns. And Ed says, Canadians are weird.
Canadians are weird.
And I'm just like, because of that, I wouldn't have never figured until I found out, like 20 years later, the show was the most Canadian thing ever, and that was them making fun of themselves.
Nah, I like that.
The other
Honestly,
one-
like I think more American places need to be jabbing American productions, frankly.
Yeah. The other one where it's like, this is one of the funniest things I know about Ed and Eddie is the creator was, before he made the show, he was known in Canada for being for animated films that were extremely raunchy. They were really gross, they were really disgusting, they were really adult, they were really like just, that 90s sort of gross out prude humor that he like embodied that, and it was all very not for kids, not family friendly, and that was his reputation. But then, so one time somebody says to him, you're a one-trick pony. All you do is this adult gross shock value slop. I bet you couldn't make a kid's show. And he's like, fuck you, I can make a kid's show. And then so he went to Cartoon Network and pitched Ed and Eddie and made it. And it was one of their most successful shows of all time.
Yep. And it lives rent-free in my head now.
Thank you, Miss Dister Danny Antonucci, for proving that the best motivation to make anything is out of spite and to prove someone wrong.
Dude, spite is such like a good motivator. I swear to God. There's so many stories I hear about people just being like, well, fuck you, I do what I want. Actually, like, again, my biggest story when it comes to anything Ed and Eddie related was, again, I believe his name is Matt Hollum, if I remember correctly. Is that his last name? The dude who voices Ed.
Matt Hill.
Matt Hill.
Is his
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah. So I don't know names. Matt Hill. I remember I saw him in I didn't talk to him in person because I'm a coward, but I did see him in person at a convention once, and I think I've told this story before.
I don't remember it, so do tell me again.
Yeah. There was a convention that I went to, and they were planning on having... First off, it was an anime convention. And so they were going to have people that were specifically anime-centric show up as guests. Well, one of their guests didn't show up because of complications. It happens. Well, just so happens Matt Hill was just in the area at the time, and he had some time, so... And he's been in anime... So they're like, hi, could you come over here and, like, do a, like, I know that this is, like, sudden, but, like, can you just do, like, an hour, like, showcase of something of yours for the convention? Because, like, we've got an entire slot open here, and, like, our guest quit. And he's just like, oh, yeah, sure. And he just went off, and he did, like, an entire panel improvised where he just like got up there, showed his demo reel on the screen, and then like opened up for Q&A, and he's just like, and he's the chillest freaking dude. I'd
I'm
love
super
to
jealous because
like he
I've
I saw him like at the beginning of the convention where he was like introducing himself and all that jazz. And at the time I didn't know who he was, but the second he pulled out the Ed voice, I was just like, fuck!
it's amazing. I'm so jealous though because there's a lot of voice actors I really love who that do happen to be Canadian, and because they are Canadian, I've never gotten to see them at a convention because they usually stick to conventions
Right.
in Canada. And
They're
don't
not there
and
in
if they come to ones
Canada.
in the US, they only come to like ones in really big cities.
So this was kind of
I would
fortunate for
love
me
to
then.
meet. Yeah, so I would love to meet Tim Hull. Matt Hill. I'd love to meet Tabitha St. Germain. I'd love to meet the one that I want to meet most of all is actually Double D's voice actor, Sam Vincent,
Yeah.
because he was a huge inspiration actually for my OC that I would sell my soul to make a cartoon out of. Like, I have a short film written that's like, I guess kind of a pilot, sort of, kind of, not really. It's sort of pilot adjacent, but it's like if somebody offered me infinite money, or a studio came up to me and like, hey, make us a cartoon, I would pitch a cartoon with this character. And Sam Vincent was a huge inspiration for that character in particular, so I would really like to meet him, but I don't know if it'll ever happen because he is Canadian.
I'm crossing my fingers for you. Like, I want the fates to align so you can like have this happen.
Thank you.
God, so yeah, I was there for the entirety of his panel because I'm like, well, I don't know what I planned before, but it's done now. I'm not doing it anymore. I sat down and listened to like people ask him Q&A stuff, and he mentioned Danny, Danny Antonucci.
Yeah.
Antonucci. And he said just like, just because of the fact that he was Italian and also the fact that he was like massively strict about exactly what he wanted in his vision, I would say that working with Danny was the closest thing to working with the mob that I have ever experienced.
That's really funny, because I
and said
have
it in
heard
the-
that Danny, because what it is really cool is that Ed and Eddie went on for like 8 seasons, something like that, in a movie, like really, really long time.
Yeah.
And those seasons were spread out over like at least 10 years. Like, the show was on the air for an extremely long time. And from what I know, Danny Antonucci was there and extremely creatively involved through the entirety of that run.
Yep. So funny enough, Matt told one particular story about the actual workshopping of Ed's voice.
Ooh.
And he went into detail about like the reason he even joked about Danny was the fact that like he was such a slave driver when it came to getting exactly what he wanted. Like, he knew what he wanted, and he knew he could get it out of like the people that like were acting for him. He just needed to coax it out of you, you know what I mean? So he's sitting there and he's doing like this audition where he's trying to do voice lines for particular things, and he's trying so many things for the character Ed, and every single time that he does the voice, he's just like, not quite, can we change it this way? And like they kept on doing this back and forth for like 10 to 20 minutes, and he's just and Matt's just getting a little bit fed up. So at one point, he's just like, he picks up his water bottle in the vocal booth, and he goes, "How do you get water out of this thing?" And Danny is just like,
And then
do that. And he was just like, "Oh, why, like this?" It's like, yeah, do the voices exactly like that. And he's like,
oh, that's hilarious.
oh, okay, well, my name is Ed, and I like chickens, Eddie.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that. When
Ed was his voice was concocted out
creation
of
of
Matt's
penicillin.
frustration.
Like the creation of penicillin, Ed was a wonderful accident.
Yeah, it's just like, whoops, suddenly an Ed. Chickens!
Oh, and out of frustration, that also reminds me of we talked about this just a couple of weeks ago. Tom Kenny's the origin of Tom Kenny's SpongeBob voice.
Oh yeah, Pissed off
Yeah.
gnome.
The pissed off Christmas elf.
Phoenix is talking about some Ed and Eddie stuff. Been watching Ed and Eddie recently, and I love it. Saw a drawing that was titled Blue in Bluey, which was a parody of the title poster for Blue from Rio, Blue from the Raptor of Jurassic World, and Bluey. That sounds amazing.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
Phoenix wants to create an indie cartoon so my OC Kai can have his own show, or at least be featured in one so much. But I'm too broke to create my own indie cartoon. Ain't that how it is? I wish, like, it'd be nice if I won the lottery or something like that, but that would require actually playing the lottery.
You know what?
Hmm?
So for the Christmas shit, it wouldn't fucking work, yeah. So here's the thing, Phoenix. If you have the motivation of a god, and you are willing to put the work in, you could make a quote unquote indie show on literally no budget. You could do just like storyboard. You could just like do storyboards, draw storyboards, and have your friends voice them, and use royalty-free sound effects and music and editing software and.
We live in a
could
very
just put
fortunate
something
era.
like that. You
Yeah.
could just put something like that together.
We live in a very fortunate
The
era
most
where
DIY,
all
most-
the
just
tools,
do it DIY,
all
and then
the
maybe
tools
someday,
necessary are
yeah.
fully available for free on the internet. And devices have gotten so powerful and so smart at this point that, like, it's never been easier to put this kind of stuff together. Even if you work within your own constraints of what you're capable of doing, there are some people that have made, like, infamous pieces of media that have, stood the test of time for, like, years and years and years. I mean, like, look at the Blair Witch Project, which is literally just a whole bunch of friends were thrown out into the woods, and then every single day of the shooting, they were handed a note secretly, and then were told not to tell everybody what your note said. And then they just improvised so much the movie. And yet, that film is one of, like, the cornerstone, like, found footage films that have ever created. That spawned, like,
it basically
thousands of
invented the entire
impressions.
genre.
In impersonations and stuff. So, like, maybe you can't get it done, like, in a certain way, but, like, maybe think about, like, doing it another way.
You're not gonna have professional VA. You might not have like professional VAs or really anything other than like storyboard animatic type stuff. But like that's the thing is, like, you just start from like what you can do, because that's how Vivian Medrano got started. Is she did webcomics and like just short, simple little animation things that she could do, and then like stuff she did in school, and eventually just built up an audience of people who liked her stuff and liked her art and liked her visions, and then eventually managed to build an indie animation empire now with Spindle Horse. So it just goes to show you, if you have the motivation and you put the work in, you just go out and make stuff. There is no gate. Like, as Nightmind has talked about this before, as far as like content creation into it, just like there is no gate. Just do it.
One of the biggest lies that I have seen of the current, like, media generation is this idea that you have to just suddenly spawn out of thin air with money and, like, all resources available to you. Like, you think anybody started out that way? Honestly, unless you're, like, really fortunate and you come from money, nobody did. Like,
nope.
You gotta start from the ground somewhere. So, I highly recommend that, like, whatever you're currently doing creativity-wise, if you got an OC, if you've got a show idea, run with it. Try doing, like, a tiny little thing. Even if it's as simple as just making, a little animatic of a couple of, like, sketches of the character or something. Or, like, even something as simple as just, storyboards, a comic book, like...
Storyboards, comics, short little animatics... Just those like TikTok videos. It's just like that's just like a couple of drawings and some music and the lyrics. It's just like just if you make something and you work hard at it, and you have a legitimately, like, if the heart of your creativity can shine through, and you work hard enough at it, I think it'll eventually find its audience, and you'll be able to, continue to have it grow and make it bigger and better and more just as time goes on. It might take years,
And
but
even if it
there
doesn't
is
grow
no,
into
there is
this,
no gate. You can just
even
try.
if it
You can
doesn't
just
grow
do
into
it.
this massive like empire of sorts, like that doesn't necessarily mean anybody failed or anything didn't work out. Like whatever you made probably made a whole bunch of people really happy. So like that in itself is like a really big reward.
Yeah, and I think that's important too to remember. If you do that, remember that you are doing it, for first and foremost because you want to do it, because you want to make it, because this is your vision and you want to put it out there. Whoever may or may not see it and enjoy it, because maybe you do it and maybe it doesn't, because the internet algorithms are stupid and there's a lot of great things online that never get as seen or recognized as they should be because sadly things are not that even though they should be, things are not that ideal.
Algorithms.
But as long as you're happy doing it and making it, I think that's what matters most. And if you work, and who knows, if you work hard enough at it and enough people and end up liking it and you get lucky,
Right. If you
might
end
be
up in
able
the
to,
right place at the right time and
do-
somebody like or some major set of people find your stuff, like who knows? There's a lot of stuff that I've put out on the internet that I'm sitting back like nowadays being like, how the heck did this get traction? What the heck? How and why? What? And honestly, it was just me goofing off and like throwing things together and seeing what stuck. Actually, no, that's a lie. I wasn't even trying to see what stuck. I was just like, I like this. This is funny. I'm going to put it on the internet for people to see. And then people recognize me for it now. And I'm like, whoa. So the first step is to like, get past the barrier of, oh, I just don't have the necessary tools for this. Like, get past that and do what you can with what you got. And hopefully, good stuff will fall from it.
Nowadays, the tools are never the thing that's in your way. The thing in your way might just be like your own limits. You're just your own limits of your own motivation or mental health or physical health or anything that would keep you from doing the
I'll
thing
say
that you want to do
don't
or
kill
love to
yourself
do.
for the sake of making whatever
Yeah,
it is you're making.
obviously don't that's
Mhm.
but like
Man,
yeah,
I will say, like,
and you're through
it's
it.
funny. It's funny the kind of things that. So, I'm not going to say exactly what this is because it's something that I don't want to be like pushing out to people. In fact, there's some people in the chat right now that I think you might have been in the private call when we were discussing this. I don't remember, but there's this one animated thing that I remember being exposed to in this group chat, and I say exposed because that's the appropriate word for it. And it was made by somebody who is clearly like an indie animator and somebody who has a lot of passion and a lot of like drive to make whatever it is that they're currently making. And they have actually gotten a little bit of traction with what they do, and also I would be lying if I said that like what they do doesn't actually like they've actually made something that looks relatively decent for what it is. I would never recommend this content to anybody because frankly, not that it's like bad or anything. I just think the person in general, like after looking them up, I don't think they deserve any attention. I'm gonna be real. But that being said, if somebody like that can get their dream out there, like you with your good intentions, I recommend you go and do.
Yeah, for sure.
You probably have no idea what I'm talking about. And honestly,
I can think of a few people, unfortunately.
Well,
But yeah,
I tried
just
to be
saying you
vegan.
can learn to do full smooth frame animation. Absolutely, I learned to do it in art school, and frankly, I don't even think, depending on the kind of person you are, you might not even need art school because I will tell you, the only reason I went to art school is because I didn't feel like I had the smarts or the discipline to learn it myself, because there are so many incredible animators and people doing art and things like that that are just entirely self-taught. Because you can just learn all that stuff on your own now. With the internet, we have it. We have all the resources in the world that that generations before us did not have before. And like there's a ton of people in the professional industry that have said, like including Alex Hirsch, the creator of Gravity Falls, has said, you don't need to go to art school to do animation or to even get in the industry. You just gotta learn it however you can. You just do it, and you have a good portfolio work. Someone will find you and be like, hey, we like your stuff. That's what we're looking for.
You know how many people, like, I've seen that do art on their cell phone nowadays? It freaks me out. Because I'm like, holy shit, you don't have a tablet? You did that by finger on your phone? What the fuck?
That's what a friend of mine used to do. Before she got some more like advanced equipment, I guess you would call it. A friend of mine who's a fantastic self-taught artist, started by did a lot of stuff just with her finger on her phone, and it blew my mind because I would have assumed it was something done with a tablet, but no.
Yeah, no. There's people in my community that have just been like, yeah, I drew this on my phone. Just like, what? Couldn't you have done this like on your computer or something? Just like, yeah, I don't have a tablet. And I was just like, okay, do you have an iPad? No. I was like, you work with your limitations, I guess. But that just kind of proves it. Like, yeah, you can do anything you want if you like, oh my God. Like, I remember growing up in the 90s. In the 90s, we didn't have like nearly the kind of technology that we have now. I dreamed of the idea that like one day we would have a piece of tech that could like play N64 games mobily. We've surpassed that by 500 times, and now we have devices that like you could probably run like, I mean, you can definitely run GameCube on a phone now. I mean, the Switch is like basically a key thing that basically proves that like you could play like super high definition video games on the go, and that's just like our playtime. You take that technology and you put it towards like something like productive and making like a creative product out of it. Whoa. Didn't have a tablet, painted with a mouse. There are some people that paint with mouse, and they're really impressive with it.
I have seen people make masterpieces with MS Paint and a mouse. It's possible.
Yep.
I'm not saying it might not drive you crazy trying to do it like that, but I've seen people do it.
Right. After a while, you just have to look at your surroundings and just be like, maybe I should treat myself.
Yeah.
I've
Baby
been
asks,
living
why
in the
do I
dark
keep
ages
hearing
for
that
too long?"
traditional animation is dying? Is it because technology is placed to make? Can you be more specific what you mean by traditional animation? Do you just mean like the traditional pen and paper lightbox 100% camera and cameras capturing each frame kind of traditional animation? Is that what you mean?
how traditional we
Or do
talking
you
about?
just mean like,
Disney swapping over to digital animation. I mean,
Disney's been using digital animation since like the early 2000s.
yeah, animation's been
But here's the
digital ever
thing.
since I was a kid. So like,
Yeah.
if you're looking for like a pen and paper like animated film of some kind, I doubt you're gonna see that nowadays. Although
yeah,
if
that's
you
not
do
really
see
done
it,
anymore.
that's an enthusiast that if they
Yeah,
make something like that.
I do know of an artist who is a big enthusiast of that and did manage to make one of her a film of hers that went to like a bunch of festivals and won a bunch of awards and stuff. She did it the old-fashioned way. She did it the pen and paper lightbox 100% traditional pencil animation, and I think some cleanup and color and stuff was done. I think some of like the final touches on it were done digitally. I think the coloring was, but like as far as the base animation, that was all pen and paper.
Bebe is saying
blew my mind.
The Princess and the Frog was the last hand-drawn animation they would ever do. So you are lumping in like, because like that was hand animated, but it was done with digital tools and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
it's hand drawn.
So you are lumping
This
in 2D animation with like digital tools. You're more
So-
talking about like Disney's move from like 2D stuff to more doing CG and also probably live
3D,
action too.
3D
is my
animation.
guess.
So hand-drawn animation is still very much done. We just do it with Cintiq tablets and Toon Boom Harmony, and we just do it digitally with software. We just draw on the computer, and then use computers to help animate it.
Oh yeah,
it's
which
the same.
is
It's the
a
same
lot
thing, just
cleaner
with
and a
ones
lot
zeros.
a lot cleaner and a lot saner than how it used to be, where you had to draw each individual individual frame and like.
Oh yeah, so for
Oh.
I don't know if they do this anymore at my art school, but when I did go to art school and I did take my animation classes, our first animation class, before we went into all the modern digital techniques that are actually used, our first animation class, we had to do everything pen and paper Lightbox the old-fashioned way. That's how they taught us first. They're like, we're teaching you the old-fashioned way first, and then you'll get in all the digital, which is like actually what's done in the industry, because we think it's important for you to learn the fundamentals the way that that it was traditionally done.
That
And
reminds
it will
me of
also
when
make
I
you very much appreciate all the digital conveniences and tools that we have now.
It reminds me of like when I was in high school and I took a photography class. I gotta say, I gained a lot of respect for the tiny little camera that I had on my device at all times. Because I realized, wow, people had to actually like soak stuff in like solutions and render footage.
Oh yeah, I did that in high school. In high school, I actually did a photography class with a darkroom and everything, and that was like, smartphones weren't a thing at the time, so I didn't have that experience specifically. But it was like,
Well,
thinking about it's like, dang, that was a lot
I
of
had
work.
a cell phone that was capable of like taking pictures. So, I was at that point, I think. Messing around with making flip note animations on spare note cards. Yeah, I remember doing that too. Ooh,
That's the thing you can do too.
that was pretty
So
fun.
I would recommend learning self-taught animation, I would recommend you the textbook, The Animator's Survival Guide by Richard Williams. Richard Williams, for those who don't know, is the guy who directed the animation of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and he is just a legendary animator in general. And it's basically the fundamentals of everything you need to learn to do animation is in that book, and it can be applied to digital, it can be applied traditional, it can be just any kind of hand-drawn you wanted to hand-draw animation, you get that book. It'll teach you a good bit of what you need to know.
I haven't read anything like that, but I do know I've seen some like video tutorials from people that are into like the animation industry and like just people who do animation in general. And it's funny hearing about all the little terms, like momentum, frame rate, squish and stretch, like that kind of
Squash
cool
and
thing.
stretch.
Yeah, squash and stretch.
Yep. Oh yeah, Richard Williams' Raggedy Ann's Musical Adventure. That is one of Gooseworks' favorite movies. I have seen it. As a movie, it's not that great, honestly, but it is very entertaining and fun to watch, and the animation is very, very cool and very good. So, I understand why Goose is a big fan of it. The music's pretty good too. There are just way too many songs. There's like so many songs. It's like, okay, I think that was one of the things, because I watched some videos and stuff about that movie, and one thing I remember is like Richard Williams was always trying to like he was kind of butting heads with the people who were in charge of the movie. He was trying to like fix it and make it better and give them positive critique and suggestions, and they kind of just ignored him, and that's why the movie turned out not that great.
Oh dear.
Even though it looks awesome.
Also, they worked on Sesame Street as well.
A little bit of a mess because they didn't listen to him.
I've heard of a lot of people that have worked on Sesame Street. Any particular segments that they would have worked on with Sesame Street? I know I'm asking a very detailed question, but dang, now I'm kind of curious. Because it's
Also, if
interesting.
you can find it,
I didn't
Also, if-
realize this when I was younger, but like I remember watching Sesame Street when I was younger and just being like, "Oh, yay, this is all really fun and modern and all that jazz." No, turns out a lot of the segments on Sesame Street are recurring segments that they do like constantly. In fact, there's a lot of stuff like from the Electric Company that was borrowed from the Electric Company that ended up being like moved over to being used in Sesame Street, and I'm just like,
yeah, I've heard about that. I know about that. But
The
also,
more I know.
Also, if you can find it, as far as Richard Williams stuff, the recobbled cut of The Thief and the Cobbler. The
he
Thief and
wrote
the Cobbler.
the song from Sesame Street. What?
He wrote the theme song.
What the?
That's dope.
Huh?
But yeah, so here's a funny story. The Thief and the Cobbler was Richard Williams' passion project that it was a movie he spent almost 40 years making. You think of the animated movie, okay, that takes maybe, 4 or 5 years, something like that? Especially back in, traditional days where, they didn't have all that good technology. Yeah, he started it in the 70s, and then it didn't get finished until not even fully finished, quote unquote. We'll get in a second. Yeah, it basically took it's a movie that took 40 years to make, and because it was taking so long to make, it ended up getting, I don't know what you call it, but they had to give what was finished of it over to some company so they could finish it for him, and the result was just kind of terrible and a disaster, and basically ripping off Aladdin, which is because this was in the 90s, and that had just come out and was popular. And the funny thing was that Aladdin was inspired by The Thief and the Cobbler, because the folks at Disney knew that was a thing Richard Williams was working on, so they kind of took inspiration from that. But then the people who had to make the "we just have to get this out" version of Thief and the Cobbler ended up kind of stealing from Aladdin, and I've heard it called animated inbreeding, and I thought that was just very funny.
Ooh.
But thankfully, there has been there's a version called the Recobbled Cut, which is was never officially released, but it's been spread around the internet for a long time now. I'm sure, I don't know where you find it now, but I think you could probably still find it, is the version of the movie that basically Richard Williams wanted to make. They salvaged as much of the original footage and finished unfinished stuff, and a lot of things like that to make this is the closest thing that we'll get to what his vision was. It's very interesting. If you ever want to, I definitely recommend checking it out and just looking up the history of that movie in general, because this is what happens when you let an artist when Richard Williams was alive, he gave the Recobbled Cut his endorsement. Yeah, that too, because which is very cool. So, but it's very interesting when you see when an artist gets a little bit too carried away with their passion project, and it ends up kind of consuming most of their life.
Yeah, when Richard Williams was alive, he gave the Recobbled Cut his endorsement. Hey, nice. So, I'm looking more into Joe Raposo's Wikipedia page. And all is legit. Raggedy Ann, also Sesame Street. He also worked with the Electric Company. Unfortunately, he died just before his 52nd birthday, and that really sucks.
That's so sad. That's very tragic. Also, Pierce, I got the thing you just sent with the king drawings and the lantern and the little Bill statue. That's really cute. That's awesome. I love that. And also, Phoenix, I'm gonna have to check. Did you send it via Tumblr? Because I didn't get anything from you on Discord. If it's sent through Tumblr, I'll have to check it later because I'm not logged in on Tumblr on my PC. Oh yeah, the animation is incredible in The Thief and the Cobbler.
I've seen bits and pieces of The Thief and the Cobbler, never like the whole thing.
Recobbled Cut would be a great movie night, actually. That might be another one to consider for a watch party, is Thief and the Cobbler Recobbled Cut.
Possibly, yeah. Here, I'll add that as Thief and the Cobbler. I don't think there's any like thing to
here's-
worry about copyright wise, because I mean, for God's sakes.
You found this at a cafe in Anaheim. That's cool. So maybe this is a place where Dana Terrace and Alex Hirsch hung out.
Also, I've seen this video of Michael Kovac singing the Raggedy Ann music. Yeah, No
I
Girls
haven't
Toy.
seen this.
You haven't seen
I
it?
actually haven't seen it.
Oh yeah,
No, I
watch
haven't
it.
seen it.
Holy shit.
Hey, give me a sec.
Here, I wonder, is there any like copyright worry going on here with this? Let me see. Podcast. I don't see any like copyright specific things with this. I'm gonna play this in the background. Why the heck not? Here. Pause you. And play this point.
Well, you can push me, shove me, turn me around, but I'm no girl's toy. You can tie me, toss me upside or down, but I'm no girl's toy. I sing my own sweet melody, I go my own sweet way. I won't beg round tomorrow for the kind of affection that was free today. Oh, you can squeeze me, tease me, say I'm your own, but I'm no girl's toy. You can charm me, chase me, follow me home. I won't be coy. You may not like it much, but I'm my own best boy, and not some sugar and spicy, lacy and nicey. Sissy, you're gonna enjoy. No, I'm no girl's toy. You say I'm heaps of trouble and I'm heading for a fall. No rag, no bow, no hanky.
That's great.
Gonna make me do what I don't wanna do.
I forgot how much of a great singer Michael Kovac is.
He is. Oh, man.
Charm me, chase me, follow me home. Forget it, sweetie.
It just reminds me of that one time that people were making fun of Michael for like the singing that he did for Hazbin Hotel, and like
Why would they
Just
make
people
fun of
be-
him for that? He was great. He was great in it. He was great for Angel Dust.
people he was absolutely great for Angel Dust. Like it's still kind of a sore spot for me that they went with somebody else, but you know, creative differences.
I know why they
creative things.
did, because they wanted Broadway. They wanted Broadway act. Viv said she basically always wanted Broadway actors or
That's
Broadway
fine.
performers.
Viv
which-
gets to make the call at the end of the day. I'm still a little bit sore about the fact that like there are a lot of actors that honestly I can only hear them as the characters, and the Broadway ones just don't feel right to me personally. I think that's just like
Having watched,
maybe it's
I having now
I think
having
it's
watched
just me
both
being a
seasons of
voice
Hazbin-
actor and being persnickety about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, no. But I will say, after now having watched both seasons of Hazbin Hotel, the full series cast is really good.
Oh yeah. I have
They're-
absolutely no qualms with anybody who are the current members of the cast. It's my own just, you know, frustrating little stupid biases. But I will say, I remember there were people that were making fun of what was that one song? Addict, I think it was. The one that
that was
Michael Kovac
yeah,
ended
that was
up singing.
before the full series premiered, so Michael did sing that.
Yeah. And there were a lot of people that were just like, I mean, big fans of the series tended to be like pretty nice about it. But I saw a lot of people that were like throwing it into like cringe compilations where they were just like, no, it's embarrassing cringe music. And I was just like,
That's just there are just a ridiculous amount of people who hate Viv and think her stuff is cringe because to be perfectly honest, I think they're just kind of jealous of her success.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is that the whole like, ew, Vipsy Pop, disgusting.
Yeah.
But then like, because of the timing of how things happened, like, you know, Michael managed to do that one song for the project, and then like very shortly after, well, I don't know if it's like directly after, but close enough that people made the association. They made the assumption that because he didn't sing like that song to everybody's satisfactory, he was kicked off of the show for that. And I do not think that is true.
That's
No.
horrible. That's awful. Ugh.
Like, I think that's an assumption on a lot of people's parts. And
that
like,
just sounds like your classic misinformation.
right. Well, people like, they use that as a sticking point, being like, Michael Kovac doesn't, like, you know, he can't sing. He's not capable of singing. And I'm just like, bitch, have you listened to him
Well,
sing
the last
anywhere else? He's in another, you know, little project called Billy Bust Up, and I think he sings very well there.
Oh yeah.
Like, for
I
God's
love
sake.
also from Broadway. I think the only Broadway actor is I think the only one in Hell of a Boss is Alex Brightman, because he's just kind of a friend of Viv's. So
Michael
he's in, like, all
Kovac
her
can sing better
projects.
than Lin-Manuel Miranda. Oh. See, I don't know about... I have not heard Lin-Manuel Miranda, so... I can't judge.
Have you ever listened to Hamilton?
I've heard a couple of songs from Hamilton. No, it wasn't really my cup of tea. I was just like...
I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't mine either. I mean, I appreciate it. I think it's a good musical. I think it's got a lot of great.
I think it's because
really...
I just couldn't get over the theming of it. Just being like, okay, this is, you know, a lot of sort of like rap, hip hop style, like, you know, songs that are related to the founding fathers. And I'm like, what? I guess I can't get over that leap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny because Lin-Manuel Miranda read Alexander Hamilton's autobiography and thought, based on this, I think he would really like rap music, and that's why I wrote a rap musical about him. And I get the vision, I get the art, I get it. I just think the music itself isn't my cup of tea, and what's weird is that I'm actually the kind of person who likes rap music. I just don't know if I like Lin-Manuel Miranda's rap music.
Yeah. I am not against rap music in any way. Like, there's a lot of like really good rap music that I've listened to. It's not
Funnily
really.
enough,
I don't listen to rap music often, but I don't hate the medium.
Yeah.
But like, when you incorporate that and also freaking Alexander Hamilton, I don't. It doesn't work for me in my head.
it's a bit weird, but
Yeah, Pierce is saying what I was thinking.
Epic the Musical and Hadestown. I need to check those out still. I don't know that much about them. But I will do it at some point. Because I feel like I'm failing myself as a theater kid by not doing that. Also, ironically, there is one song I really, really do like in Hamilton that I would say I like more than the rest of the songs in the show, and it is the one that is not a rap song and is specifically written and designed to be like no other songs in the show. And it's You'll Be Back.
I have not heard.
I'm surprised because it's I'm shocked that it's sung from what's the perspective of like whoever was the King of England at the time, King George, I think it was, and him singing a song about how the people going off to found America are like, he's singing to them as if they were an ex-boyfriend or girlfriend that'd be like, huh, you're breaking up with me now, but you'll be back. And then which is funny already, but then it gets extremely yandere. So it is one of the most yandere songs ever written, and it's from Hamilton. So I've seen it in so many like animatics and like fan videos and things like that for like characters being extremely yandere over other characters. So I'm not shocked. So I'm shocked you haven't seen it because I feel like there's gotta be like a Vanessa sings "You'll Be Back" to Snatcher animatic out there. There has to be.
That sounds haunted as hell. And also, hello, Pierce.
And also, hi Pierce.
Musical theater's fun.
Hello, fellow theater kid. Welcome to our club. Welcome to our club.
I love that.
Yay.
And end of the discussion. Have a nice day.
You missed me when we were talking autisming over Little Shop of Horrors earlier.
I'm sorry, I
There's
was
another one.
consuming the foods.
No, that's what did you consume?
I had taquitos.
Oh,
Keto
I haven't had
delicious.
taquitos in a while.
They are very, very good. I got them from Costco.
Yeah.
But
What do I
yeah,
have in my
music-
fridge? I don't
music-
even know.
Music is fun, and You'll Be Back is a really, really funny song, and even if you don't watch Hamilton, the song is still really, really fun and entertaining, even without the context of the musical.
Oh yeah, I heard
So
it
just
without the it was the first song I heard from Hamilton, and when I had no idea what it was, I just heard this song, and I'm like, oh, this is really great and funny, and also yandere as fuck.
Well,
What
now
is
that
it
you've
from?
described it, like, you know,
A rap
you've made the
musical
connection.
about Alexander Hamilton, okay?
Well, you've made the connection
so
between,
confused.
like, you know, that song and Vanessa from freaking Hat in Time, and now I can't disconnect those thoughts now. They're there now. And now I'm just
Well,
thinking,
now-
like, I feel like that would have been a project that I would have worked on way back in the early days when I was doing Snatcher dubs and stuff. I don't know if I'd be able to get away with that now. I feel like I would do that, and like, you know, Gears for Breakfast would call me up in like, hi, what?
There is actually one like musical project. I don't think it's definitely not official in any way, but the stuff they have made for it is still pretty entertaining. It's a musical adaptation of the Anju and Cafe subquest from Zelda Majora's Mask.
What?
Someone made this in their spare time, and it's pretty neat. They have a
God,
bunch
I
of
love
like, concept
fandom.
stuff for it. Yeah, they
That
got a bunch
reminds
of like
me of,
demo albums and stuff for it, and like ideas for costuming and things, and you can listen to it, and it's pretty sick.
Oh,
Zelda
Avenue
fans are
Q.
cool.
Avenue Q is one of my biggest guilty pleasures.
Oh yeah, Avenue Q is hilarious,
It's so
especially because
funny.
the people who composed Avenue Q. First of all, Avenue Q won the best musical Tony the same year that Wicked was nominated, which is very funny. And the
It
other
beat
thing,
Wicked?
it beat Wicked. And
Oh
the
my
other funny
God.
thing is that the people who did the music for Avenue Q also later did the music for Book of Mormon and then Frozen.
Well,
Yep. Well, wait.
What?
So
Yeah.
they helped Matt and Trey with Book of Mormon?
Specifically, they did Avenue Q, and Matt and Trey watched Avenue Q, and then afterwards they met backstage, and each of them were mutually telling each other, "We love this," because Avenue Q was such a South Park inspired show, and the South
Oh,
Park
yeah.
guys loved it, and they're like, "We gotta do something." And so they said, "What should we make it about? Let's make it about Mormons, because we already did a South Park episode on that, and we have things to
Oh, yeah.
say." And so they did, and it was really funny. And then from there, Disney picked them up.
Yeah, a very, very all-star team. Yeah, the only thing is about Avenue Q is it's so politically incorrect.
Oh yeah,
Much like
it's
South Park. Much like South Park, but
yeah,
yeah, it's
dude,
it's very
like,
South Park style humor.
speaking of South Park, that's one of those things that I was sort of like playing with the idea of maybe doing something related to South Park during our watch parties, but every single time I think of the thought, my brain just immediately slaps it down, being like, no. Not because I'm massively against South Park, but because of the fact that, like, I don't know if I want to, like, open up that can of worms.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
You know? Oh, speaking of which, I passed by, while I was looking for, like, DVDs and Blu-rays, I passed by Team America World Police.
Okay, yeah, that movie's
Fuck
great.
yeah.
I remember
movie's
seeing
great.
that movie, and, like, I loved it back then. Probably would still love it now. Not showing it here.
It is
'Cause-
very, very funny, but it's also, like,
It's so not appropriate, and oh dear
yeah,
Lord.
that movie is definitely not something that you could really do for a movie night in a Discord channel.
No. Here's the thing. I'm not against the idea of doing movies that have like more mature themes, or heck, even movies that are like M-rated, like it, or rated R. That's totally fine to me. It's just a matter of like, I gotta be selective and choosy with that. And I got a handful of things that I think sort of fit the bill with it. But you'll see when we get there. But like, there's some things I just can't excuse. It's like, nah,
Yeah.
I can't.
Very fair.
Can't do that. What do I have in my I have an Amazon wish list that have like a whole bunch of stuff that I've sort of like bookmarked for the time being. My list is compiled in like several different locations, including a Word document, like my Amazon wish list, and like I think a thing over on Discord. I haven't compartmentalized it at all. Oh, I found out that the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie did come out on Blu-ray at one point.
Oh,
Like the original one?
Yeah.
that's surprising.
You can buy it on Amazon for like $100.
Oof.
I've bookmarked it, being like, if that goes down in price, maybe. Because I've realized, like, as I was watching the trailer for it, I was just like, damn it, I really like this 90s cheese. Maybe.
I was never as much of a weeb as I was as a kid. I was never into Power Rangers.
I feel like Power Rangers is a special flavor of, like, not necessarily weeb, but, like, it's definitely a weird pop culture, like, subsection. Especially all the changes between, like, that and, like, the Super Sentai, like, separation, like, the other version. Because, like, they're both very similar in a lot of ways, but also very different shows.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is a standout in tokusatsu shows, and probably the only one that most like non-Japanese audiences are familiar with, unless they really, really like them some Ultraman or that one Japanese Spider-Man TV show.
Oh, dear God. The one where he has a gun.
Yeah, that.
I love
I
that
don't know
one.
about this
Basically,
one. Spider-Man with a
most
gun?
people's
Yeah,
most
there was
people's,
a Japanese Spider-Man, and he
exposure to
uses
that.
guns.
That's
yeah,
wild.
that's awful.
What-
It's
'cause
awful
why?
and it's hilarious, and you should totally watch it.
That sounds so. It's like such a experience.
Bebe said,
So
I
whatever.
own the Power Rangers movie on VHS. How much is that worth? Probably like exactly 1 nickel. Maybe sub nickel, like maybe a nickel and a half of one. VHS tapes, they don't really hold up quality wise, so I wouldn't recommend
Yeah.
getting them if
Tapes,
you can help
tapes wear out also a
very
lot
quickly.
of
Yeah.
time. Like the video will just get, get really staticky and
Yeah, and even if you get like a pristine VHS tape that has never been touched whatsoever, couple of things. Number one, you're not even dealing with very good quality that's even consistent, so you might as well just get a DVD after that. Two, VHS tapes like have been known for having like mold growing in them nowadays. If they're in
Ew.
the wrong sort of environment, even if you've
Ew.
got like one that's still in the shrink wrap, like if you left it in a dark, like damp freaking basement for like 20 years, there's a chance that it's not playable anymore.
mold doesn't grow in heat, does it? Because now I'm worried for all of the VHS tapes that I have in my attic.
Mold absolutely grows in heat. That's why refrigerators and freezers exist.
Welp.
Uh-oh. Maybe go on an adventure up to the attic. Oh dear.
Oh no, I don't even think I have a VHS player anymore.
Oh no.
I still have
do
some
I?
VHS tapes, but I don't have my VCR anymore.
Yeah,
I have a
that's what
couple
I
of
think.
VHS tapes. One of them, I was a massive nerd at one point, and I managed to look up like there is like my hometown apparently had a film like made in it, which is weird. Like an actual, I think it might have been theatrical, but it was only shown in like specific theaters. Yeah, there was a film that was recorded in it, which is very weird because that's very freaking obscure. And I looked into it, and I found the film, and I found it on like VHS after like a lot of digging around, and I have a copy of it for like strict nostalgia, and also for like the weirdness of seeing like I forget when the film was actually made, but it was something in like I think the 70s, which I would have not existed at the time. So like it's weird to watch that movie and just be like, I know that place, but why are there no trees?
Interesting.
You know what I mean? The other film that I have, strictly because of like, internet subculture has sort of made it a meme, is Highlander 2: The Quickening.
Oh, do you have the original cut where
Yeah.
they're aliens?
I do. That's the one. I specifically got the original cut with the aliens in it. Because I remember people memeing the ever-loving hell out of it and just being like, I got to own this for myself. What? And I do.
That reminds me of like the David Lynch Dune. It's like
What did David Lynch do?
David in the 80s. David Lynch directed an
a
adaptation.
movie. Yeah. Sorry, you
yeah,
you
in
go.
In the 80s, David Lynch directed an adaptation of Dune, and he disowned it so badly that some versions of the movie have the director credited as Alan Smithy, which is a Hollywood thing where it's like when a director does not want to be credited for their directing, they've like basically disowned the movie, they're credited as Alan Smithy.
Yep. I know about that.
Yep. But we all know it's David Lynch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Oh man. No, like so my mom is actually a massive fan of the original Highlander film, and I think that's why I got Highlander 2. Because I was like, have you never seen that before? You have no idea that happened. And she was just like, what happened? And I'm like, okay, go into eBay.
It's because most people would prefer it didn't happen.
Right. Well, she actively didn't even know that the original cut was even a thing. Like, she didn't see it in theaters, and she didn't have the original VHS, so for all she knew, she was just like, whatever, Highlander is about a bunch of people that are immortal, and they they cut off people's heads, and, like, that's the end of it. Nope. No, it gets weird.
It gets weird. Now they're aliens.
Yeah, now everybody's aliens, except that they throw out that concept later on because a lot of people saw that and were just like, wait, what, huh? Why is Christopher Lambert a
Proving that the kind of bullying that got the Sonic movie design changed worked even back then.
Well,
unfortunately,
works.
it worked
Yay.
retroactively. They couldn't stop the monstrosity from happening.
Oh my
like,
god,
live
did you guys, that reminds me, I heard about the most wild fucking thing recently. Obviously you all know about how Sonic's movie design got changed.
Yeah.
There are people actually trying to restore what they're calling the 2019 cut.
Are they just taking like
They're
their own
trying to
CG
put-
monstrosity and like imposing it on top of the
They're
footage?
trying to remake make a cut of the first Sonic movie with the original Sonic design. They're trying
I
to
like
put
this
Ugly
madness.
Sonic back in.
Where can I fund this? I think we need all movies to do this, frankly. Like, we need one cut that's the official cut, and then one that's nothing but, like, horrible, like, sock puppets.
Or like the original cut of Cats with the missing
butthole
visual
cut.
effects. Yeah, that.
I forgot about that. Oh, God.
Yeah, because movies have day one patches now.
Freaking weird. This reminds me. We're gonna go ahead and state the obvious here and say that eventually we're gonna watch Star Wars. Okay,
Oh.
like, it's gonna happen. It has to happen. However, I've got a plan for that. Now we unfortunately we have to watch the prequels. It's just a rite of passage. We have to do that. However, well, I've thought about the prequels to go on a side tangent to my tangent. I've thought about the prequels, and a lot of other people have been looking at the prequels nowadays, and we're reassessing whether or not it was worth it to even make fun of them at the time. And I think just the vast valley between what the prequels are and what the sequels were was so gigantic that a lot of people made the comparisons between the two and said that the prequels were massively inferior because of it. And the whole, a lot of hackneyed acting, rather, not acne. Hackneyed acne, that's so hard to say. Hackneyed acting and, the really kind of disgusting early, late 90s, early 2000s, CG slop that they had where it didn't look quite right, and yet they made it with everything in it. To an extent that they ended up shoving it into the sequels retroactively, which really sucks. However, a lot of people have had some time to really think about it, and they're just on its own merits though, was it as bad as people say it was? Maybe, but a lot of people say it has its own right to exist. And it's not nearly as bad as certain movies and certain experiences you could possibly have. So, and I kind of agree with that to an extent. I remember watching the prequels a long time ago, and I didn't think they were great, but I didn't think it was worth, completely shunning and canceling George Lucas because of it. Even with Jar Jar in the picture.
I mean, Jar Jar did suck.
Yeah.
There's no real argument to save him. I think that the story of the prequels and what it's trying to show is actually very, very important and makes sense in the grand scheme of things. The only issue is that the movies just... When George was making the original trilogy, he had a lot of people to veto his particularly dumb ideas. And with the prequels, those people were no longer there or no longer willing to say no. And that means that we got a lot of not so great ideas of how to convey specific things on screen. And there's a lot of fluff that could have been cut down and a lot of things that could have been told in more interesting or just flat out better ways. And they weren't, and it makes for a very uneven watching experience. And it also doesn't help that most of the actual important parts for the story, you could pretty much summarize everything just by watching Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Phantom
Honestly,
Menace and,
Revenge of the Sith
Attack
is
of the Clones, they
the
don't
only...
do anything.
Revenge of the Sith is kind of the one and only prerequisite that you have to watch before you watch the original trilogy, in my opinion. 1 and 2 are massive buckets of fluff. We don't need any of them, frankly. I didn't need to know that Anakin Skywalker was 9 at one point. Okay, cool. Oh, hey, here's a whole bunch of heroic stories about what Anakin did when he was a young kid. I don't care. And then the second movie, it's oh, he's a rowdy teenager individual who he goofs off with force powers and things. And also there's a lot of politics.
Unless you're Dave Filoni, no one cares.
Okay, I found the Twitter account for Sonic the 2019 cut. It's in the stream chat. Text chat.
Oh, shit.
They were going to release a trailer on Christmas Eve, but they didn't for 3 reasons. 1, they weren't entirely happy with it yet. 2, some of the footage was leaked, and it was stuff that was really unfinished, so they didn't like the fact that was getting out. And 2 and 3, some of the members of the team were apparently giving them bad PR by just being huge jerks, so they got kicked off the team.
Yeah.
So now
fair.
they're saying they're gonna release it sometime. They're still working on it. It's just there's been a delay.
That's fair.
I just still can't believe this is a thing that's happening.
I'm curious.
Some people.
I'm gonna look this up. Do they happen to have... Oh, they don't have a Blue Sky. Why don't... Get a Blue Sky, please. All right. Well, if anybody is curious who wants to go and check it out and happen to also have a Twitter account, there it is. In case you want to, go and stare at them for a while. They have like 4,000 followers. That's like very interesting. Buff up those
I
numbers.
found a Games Radar article about it. So when I googled it, the first thing that didn't come up wasn't the account. It was a Games Radar article. 20 Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's the only thing I can
2019
find on Blue Sky, like people, pointing to the Games Radar
Yeah.
article about it.
It's Ugly Sonic back into the first movie.
It's interesting.
If they manage to do it, I'll watch it out of morbid curiosity.
Same. I'm still
On the
like,
subject
there's
of fan edits. I do have one thing I want to say. Have you seen that people have actually recut the Star Wars prequels into just one movie? Like, they recut all 3 prequel movies and just made it one cohesive movie.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of variations of it out there. But if you want to watch a version of the prequels that has a bit less fluff and just gets to the point, I highly recommend checking those versions out. I think that they made a really, really good decision of where to make the movie end. The movie ends right at the point where Darth Vader's helmet gets put on the first time, and then it cuts to black and you just hear him breathing, and then you roll credits. That's all that
Probably
you
for the
see.
best.
And
I don't
honestly,
know.
leaving
There's
that,
there's a sick part of me that finds satisfaction in forcing the original trilogy into the prequels into people's eyeballs.
Yes, but on the other hand, there's also satisfaction in being able to make a version of it that's watchable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love
For
the
lack
way you
of a
put
better
that. Just
term.
being like, the
just gonna
prequels
say
are
it.
unwatchable. Don't go. Don't
just gonna
see it.
say it. The prequels would have the thing that would have saved the prequels is actually if they'd actually kept with the original plan and made Jar Jar Binks a villain.
Was that
Ooh,
ever
that'd be
actually officially confirmed?
No, but what?
I heard it was.
I mean, I saw that. There's a Darth Jar Jar that exists in like Fortnite or whatever the heck.
Like, I've seen the theories and the memes that they've made him a character now, but was that ever confirmed to be the original plan for the trilogy by George?
I'm convinced it was.
I don't know if there's anybody that's
feel like-
confirmed that legit though. Like,
I don't know if it's 100% confirmed, but it's one of those things that's like, there's so much evidence pointing to it. It's pretty believable. I'm inclined to
Okay.
believe it. It makes a lot of sense.
I feel like I need
Actually-
to have like a movie, one of the official movie creators actually say it though.
Actually, there
If
is
they ever
one
meet
other
George
way
Lucas,
you can
I'll ask
experience the prequels in a way that doesn't suck.
Okay.
I'm gonna post it into the stream chat. Give me 1 second here.
Ooh, please do.
Here it is.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah.
Just do that. Problem
Like
solved.
a Star
For
Wars,
people
yeah.
that don't know what he
Lego Star Wars.
posted, he literally posted Star Wars the video game for the Nintendo GameCube. Like
It's a
Lego
good game.
Star
Lego
Wars.
Star Wars. Lego Star Wars, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I think everybody would be happy with that. I'll
Yep.
just go grab a copy of that and play it on the stream and be like, all right.
Yeah,
if
there
you
you
didn't
go.
watch those streams, too bad. Now it's time for the original trilogy.
When we played that game, I used to play that game like all the time when it came out, and we always had this headcanon. Whenever you play as Yoda in that game, if you have him pull out his lightsaber, then for some reason, whenever you just push the stick, instead of him just running like any regular character, he starts hopping around completely wildly. And so we always just called him the Wild Coffee Drinker.
This is fair. Yeah, I agree with this. I don't know where the
And
heck he
then-
got coffee on. Well, at this time of the story, he wouldn't have been on Dagobah, so... Is that why
Well,
he was
in-
so old and decrepit on Dagobah? Because he didn't have coffee?
Yeah. Yes, in LEGO Star Wars 2, he doesn't do the wild hoppy thing anymore, so we joked that, oh, he ran out of coffee, and then he dies later, and we're like, that's why.
Coffee addiction was too strong.
Yep, he ran out of coffee, and he couldn't handle it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep that. So I don't know, Pierce, if you want to like nudge me any sort of links involved with that one particular cut of Star Wars prequel, that'd be. Think about it.
Okie
Because I will say, for the record, I have the entire complete saga copy on Blu-ray. All right,
So you're good.
I literally own this thing. Any extracurricular fun I have with the franchise from here on out, ownership, man. All right, that would be a very curious sort of thing. Also, I don't know if I would want to dedicate like 3 entire movie nights to the prequels. I don't know. I feel like that would be a little bit too much pain. But speaking of like, you know, fan cut Star Wars related things, there's one thing in particular that I would really like to show to you guys. How many of you guys have ever heard of like the despecialized Star Wars movies?
Yes.
I think I have, yeah.
If you don't, you may remember that Star Wars has come out with a couple of different cuts over the years. One of them was the original theatrical ones. There was versions that came out on VHS way back in the day. There's also ones that came out on like Laserdisc and like, all sorts of crazy formats. But then one day, they decided to come out with the special editions for Star Wars. And this was many years after the movies were originally created. And this is versions that have a whole bunch of CG gobbledygook that George Lucas decided would be a good idea to just start chucking into the franchise. This is around the time that like they started to do the crazy stuff with like the prequels, where they started adding the exact same CG stuff that people didn't appreciate. Well, to this day, there are no like high res, really good releases of the original theatrical versions of Star Wars for you to go and watch. And George has been like infamously really, really bad about like not delivering that, despite the fact people want to see it. Like almost like he's embarrassed of his original creation, and he absolutely wants to have the one with the extra CG garbage in it. Now there is apparently, I think it's in like 2027 if I remember correctly, they have made the announcement that the original theatrical cuts will be getting re-releases in theaters.
Hey.
Now that's going to require you to go and spend money and hand it over to Disney. I don't know how comfortable you guys are going to be with that. But yeah, that's like that's sort of a cornerstone moment. Like, holy shit, we're about to actually get what we wanted, like the original cuts, the way that they were like seen in theaters in the 70s, back when like, basically it's the cuts that like my parents saw back in the day, you know what I mean? And that's really cool. You don't necessarily need to go and see it in those theaters in order to see the original experience, however, because fans are rabid and crazy. And there's one particular fan who went to ridiculous lengths to make this version of the original Star Wars trilogy called the Despecialized Edition. What it is he went and he got like the super high res like Blu-ray copies of the movie, then went on a hunt to try and find as many high definition sources of the original footage that he could possibly find. And then meticulously stitched all this shit together and made a movie that it's not like super high definition. Like it's basically like 1280 by 720. So it's not like, you're not getting like full HD out of this, but it's the clearest and most high definition version of the original trilogy that you can find that is as close to the theatrical version that you're gonna get. I might have these files.
Cool.
So, and what's funny, again, this involves like getting rid of as much of the CG bullcrap as they possibly could. And also, this is my personal, like, I really hate this particular thing. So the original release of Star Wars, like, I'm not going to, actually, here, we'll start with like the Blu-ray re-releases and the special edition re-releases in general. For some really stupid reason, they decided to color treat all of the footage so that it looks like significantly bluer. Like, I have no idea why they did this. They decided to adjust the footage so that it looked like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, what's a good way to put it? It's like they went, instead of warm color, they shifted all the light to be like a brighter white, which ended up turning everything a little bit more blue. So you watch the you watch the original trilogy on Blu-rays, and everything has just got kind of like a weird blue shellac on it. You wouldn't notice it if you didn't actually see the original releases of the film, but it's there. Well, the despecialized version actually went and color treated it to take all that like Blu-ray footage and turn it back into like its original warmer colors, which I think is like really cool attention to detail. Anyway, no, I appreciate the ever-loving heck out of the work that this guy did on this project. And I am a little bit of an original trilogy Star Wars nerd, so I saw that this existed and I went and watched it. And it makes my brain receptors happy. I enjoy it. And so, like I said, I have the entire box set of the complete saga. Okay. So I think I get to like pick and choose whether or not, like, do I want to show the original ones, or do I want to show this one that's basically the exact same thing, except doctored a little bit. So let's just say there might be like, special edition. Well, special editions that might end up being shown on the, over on the Discord. Phoenix, I see you. Give me a moment. We're gonna go over.
So we know the original trilogy. So original trilogy, we know it's good. The prequels, we know they're bad. What are your thoughts on the sequels?
Let me start by saying, when I watched all of these films in the theater, except the last one, I think I waited until that was on streaming services. I at least saw like the first two in theater because I was like, holy crap, a theatrical Star Wars release. This is amazing. I want to be there for it. So the first one that I watched, my opinion of it was, you know what? That was a really fun experience. I feel like it leaned a little bit too much into a lot of elements of like, episode 4, A New Hope. But I kind of understand why they did that, though, because it's been a while since a Star Wars movie has been out. So I think it's worth it to maybe bring people in with a whole lot of very similar themes and things like that. They're also doing a lot of, like, rewriting of history. Like, they're getting rid of a bunch of, like, the extracurricular lore stuff that's been written in, like, extra Star Wars books and extra other, like, media, which really sucks. But if they're going in the direction of telling a really interesting story later on, I think I can sacrifice that. I'm okay with this. I would like to see where they go with it. So I think I'm fine with the Force Awakens. And then the second movie came out of the new trilogy, and I was like, okay, this is annoying. There were a lot of elements of The Empire Strikes Back that I saw in this. Including like an entire like dream sequence of Rey, basically going off into the woods and, finding themselves. And way too many things that were very symbolic of stuff from like The Empire Strikes Back. I think that was really ham and fisted. That's really frustrating. Maybe they're going somewhere with this. I'll wait till the third movie to have like an actual opinion. Then the third movie came out, and I'm just like, fucking hell, this is just Return of the Jedi. I wasted my money. This is stupid. Retroactively, I was just like, this has been a sham. I hate everything here. You destroyed the entirety of like the extra, all of the extra sub-stories that have been written for years just for this stupid trilogy? God damn it!
Apparently they had no idea what they were doing when they started it.
Yeah, God,
They
I only
didn't
found out
plan
about that much
anything out
later
in
on. Yeah,
advance until they started making the movies. They had no idea what story they wanted to tell.
they didn't know what the
Before
fuck they
the
were doing,
movies,
and they
just
ended
made
up
shit
just
up as they
making
went
the.
along.
They just made the original trilogy again. What is wrong with you people? All
I
the
don't think
way
J.J.
up
Abrams is
to
a good
literally bringing back the villain of the first trilogy. They're so creatively bankrupt. Oh my god.
I think J.J. Abrams is a really talented filmmaker and director. I do not think he's a talented writer.
No. Definitely not.
Agreed.
Dude, okay. The one thing I can say for this series is that it was incredible eye candy. All right? Visually,
Yes.
soundscape wise, the new trilogy, it's just like you're watching super like high quality 4K footage of like Star Wars sequences and like space fight scenes. I think that is ultimately what you're going to be like. That's what you go into these movies like expecting. Like that's the highlight. And honestly, the war part of Star Wars is kind of the important part. So it's just like, yeah, okay. But if you care about lore at all, oh, it's gonna piss you off.
I did like The Last Jedi.
Oh, you did?
So The Force Awakens was basically a remake of A New Hope, which is
Yeah.
kind of lame. I understand why they did it that way. It's because at the time, the last Star Wars movie that was a real Star Wars movie was Revenge of the Sith, and that was the end of the prequels, and a lot of people had mixed reception to the prequels. So they wanted something like the original trilogy again. So Force Awakens was basically saying, hey, it's like the original trilogy again, get hype for it. But the problem with that is that if you make a movie that's exactly like A New Hope, it has the same story as A New Hope, which means it can't continue on from that because you're just setting everything up to tell the exact same story the original trilogy did again. So, The Last Jedi, which was not directed by J.J. Abrams, it was directed by Rian Johnson, had to do all of the dirty work of figuring out, okay, why did we just remake that movie? How does that make sense if this takes place after everything happened? Why are we suddenly back to that status quo? What's going on? How did these characters get here? And how do we make them go off in a different direction now? And I think he did a pretty good job given what he had to work with.
Yeah.
And
I'll say,
it had a
I
lot
was
of
a
cool
little bit-
original ideas.
I was being a little bit sarcastic when I said it's just Empire Strikes Back again. There's a lot of elements of Empire Strikes Back in the second film. But
There are.
there are elements of the second movie that actually did divert. I think one of them, like being the end of the movie, was definitely different. In that they sort of teased the idea that like the Force isn't some sort of, genetically passed trait, and like only certain people with certain blood lineages are going to be able to use the Force powerfully. Like, they sort of tease the idea that no, the Force is everywhere. Like, everybody could possibly be like a really good Jedi if they tried. And I know that does piss off a lot of people that are just like, oh yeah, kumbaya. Ugh. I liked that as a
Well, also
concept.
everybody
okay?
hated midi-chlorians anyway, so...
Yeah, I hate
Yeah.
midichlorians with a passion.
Midichlorians is
to
absolutely
tell the
stupid.
story of no, the Force is literally just like it's there in the air, and you could use it if you train yourself hard enough. You know what? I like that, and it opens up the idea for maybe like branching further off into like new stories and new concepts. So
Yeah, and it also deals with the whole idea of, like, everyone thinks that bringing balance to the Force means defeating the Empire, but that doesn't bring balance. That just means that now you have too much light, and then that's going to cause darkness to rise again. And the actual solution would be to have a balance of both, because that's what balance means, you dingus. And I think that it's important that the movie actually acknowledge that, because that's kind of an important point, because otherwise the cycle's just going to start over again and again and again, and you're going to have some other empire rise.
I love the fact
Which is
that
what
like
happened when Luke tried to start up his like new group of Jedi, and then Kylo Ren immediately screwed everything up.
I remember a lot of people point to Revenge of the Sith as being like You know, it was actually a really clever thing for them to really foreshadow the fact that, like, oh, Anakin Skywalker is going to bring balance to the Force. And then in the third movie, like, well, he did it. The Force was heavily leaning towards good, or, you know, the light side. And now the dark side is taking over. Good job. There's both light and dark. Enjoy.
Hooray. But yeah, I think that the Last Jedi was playing with a lot of really interesting ideas, and that it set the story up to be told, like, to go in a different direction than just being a Return of the Jedi, but the last one. And I think that they developed their characters and set up their arcs really, really well. And then everyone hated it. And then they brought J.J. Abrams back in to do Rise of Skywalker after throwing out the way better script, which has leaked online, and you should totally read, by the way, because it's a way better story. It's called Duel of the Fates. Go read it.
Interesting.
And that one was originally supposed to be directed by Colin Trevorrow, who also did Jurassic World.
Interesting.
Okay.
And the movie that we got instead basically threw everything that people complained about with The Last Jedi completely out the window and just said, oh, by the way, Palpatine's back now, and Rey is Palpatine Jr., and we're just going to be doing Return of the Jedi 1-to-1.
Oh my god.
And also, we made this announcement in Fortnite because we have no standards anymore.
Oh, I remember that. Jesus.
Yep.
This is why
Oh.
you don't listen to the people whining on to the fanboys whining on the internet.
God.
It's really, really sad because, like, if you're making something for a franchise as big as Star Wars, someone's going to complain about what you do no matter what. The solution is to have a strong creative vision that you believe in and stick with it.
Yep. They
Too bad
clearly.
it was
And I
Disney.
find it funny. That they made the announcement that not only were they going to be making a new trilogy, but they already had plans in the works for a new trilogy afterwards. They're
Has that
so
happened?
creatively bankrupt on the new trilogy, I don't even know what the hell they were thinking about with, like, the new one.
Yeah.
Well, now we have Mandalorian, so
Yeah,
And
that's
Andor.
good news. One thing I'm kind of hoping is that, like, maybe the reception of the new trilogy will be so bad that they'll be like, we're gonna call this the Disney canon. But you know, the original, like, pre-2010s version is, like, still, like, you know, I'm hoping that there's a division where they're like, no, all these characters still exist and these stories still exist, and we're going to explore these ones now.
I think like some people already do that.
Yeah, the diehard Star Wars fans created different tiers of canonicity based on what particular thing they're grading. Like, they have an entire scaling system for how canon something is. It's ridiculous.
Actually, I don't know a heck of a lot about it, but I do know that, like, Luke Skywalker in the like, expanded universe stuff was actually, like, a massive, awesome badass. Not only in the fact that he had ridiculous powers, but also the fact that, like, he was just kind of a cool dude and he, like, had a good head on his shoulders. And it's kind of annoying for, like, the new trilogy to basically take his character and turn him into an old codger that, like, completely lost his way and, like, started doing a lot of things that make no sense in character for him. Like, I think about it a lot, and I'm like, I feel like there are a lot of things that he ended up, like, admitting to in the like, you know, in The Last Jedi. He admitted to a heck of a lot of things that he ended up doing, that honestly were really kind of, like, boneheaded. And honestly, it's just like, you know, you're the one that ended up basically causing the entirety of the uprising, right? Like, you decided to be a complete douche canoe to Kylo Ren. Like, you kind of locked him into this, like, you know, this little case of emotion that forced him to start, like, acting out these evil tendencies. Like, this is kind of on you, idiot. And I just don't know. Somebody who's like that in tune with the Force and like understanding of how like the light and the dark works, I don't know if this is something that his character would have done. Then again, I haven't analyzed it all that well, so maybe I'm missing some major context. But I don't know, there's just like a lot of nerd brain things going on up in here.
I've heard some people be like, so with regards to the sequels, they're just fan fiction, right? We've just all agree on that. And like, yeah, I feel like that's a really valid way to feel.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I'm gonna go with that. Also, Bebe says the Star Wars Christmas special. Why have we brought this up?
I didn't want to
It's
be the
funny.
one to bring it up, but Chewbacca's son is and always will be Lumpy.
Oh god. Well, it's almost 12 o'clock where I'm at. I think I should
So
start
it was
like.
almost 1 where I'm at.
Oh dear lord. It's like, yeah, I need to start winding down because I got some plans tomorrow and also like the following few days. Oh, before I finish things up here, I want to give everybody a little bit of a heads up. Tomorrow I'm planning on going and getting my my flu and COVID vaccinations. I have no idea how I'm going to react to those. So, just to let you know that like there is a chance that I might like be out of the count for the next 2 days. Phoenix has accurately illustrated exactly what's going to happen after I take those vaccines. But yeah, all I know is that every single time that I take the COVID vaccine, like I just feel like absolute garbage for the next couple days afterwards. There is a chance I'm going to cancel stream for Wednesday, and then we'll just like move on into Saturday. So, just so you're aware. Now, question: is there anybody currently online that I could raid out to? I'm trying to be better about that.
Do not know.
No, I don't really have anybody like anyone. I don't have anybody that I actively really know that's currently online at the moment. I don't know. I'm tired and I kind of just want to end the stream. So,
Go sleep it. Go eat.
yeah. Unfortunately, I slept a heck of a lot, so now I'm not tired.
Yeah, I kind
And
of
also-
slept. I've been sleeping late a lot lately, and I hate myself for it, but I'm just so damn tired.
Well, like, I don't know if you were here for the earlier part of the stream, but like, I slept for a long time, and also I had some of like the trippiest sort of acid-esque dreams
Oh yeah,
last
yeah,
night.
you told me about that. Or you said
Crazy.
you mentioned that.
It's one of those like, I wouldn't mind having another one of those dreams, but also like, if this is what it requires, I don't know if I want to do that. Oh wait, yeah, there is some new stuff in the magma. Let's take a look at that real quick before we end things. So Phoenix has drawn this roundy boy. Yay. And, you know, also I'm dead, apparently. Statue just sort of like chilling out and loafing like a cat. Why do you cook bacon but bake cookies? You're breaking his mind, man. You're breaking his mind. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's an Eepee bid. Without my glasses, I'm gonna walk into a wall. What are you... What are you doing, man? Good lord. Also, I wonder... I can't drink coffee, so what the heck is this? Well, I can drink coffee. I just, like, have a horrible stomachache afterwards. Anyway.
Then the coffee would just like, if Vic drinks coffee, is the coffee does it swish or swirl around in his bubble head?
Do I become coffee?
Does Vic become coffee?
Oh, hey, oh, okay. Remy is trying to figure this out. Thank you, Remy. Alrighty. All the coffee. You know what's unfortunate? I love the taste of coffee. I just like, again, my system just cannot process it properly. It's annoying. You know? It's like you love something so much, but it hates you back.
Same. I actually have a caffeine allergy.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know you could be allergic to that.
You can. It sucks. That's why I'm tired all the time.
Oh, that's a shame. All the Red Bulls in the world, but not one to drink.
Yep.
I gotta imagine that there's probably some energy drinks that don't include, like, caffeine and stuff. I'm assuming you've tried something like that?
Yeah, they're not too potent, though.
That's fair.
They mostly just, those are also just, a lot of those just have a lot of sugar.
That's also very true.
So...
I forget, like, I'm not a shell for gamer subs or anything, but I know that they have, like, a couple different formulas for things. Like, if you can't have caffeine and all that jazz, there's, like... Oh, actually, I think I remember, they have different forms of their sleep. Like, they have, like, this, like, sleep version of their flavor, which adds, like, melatonin into the thing. But if you have a problem with melatonin, they also have another variant that, like, doesn't have melatonin, but also does sleep stuff. But I don't know how effective that is. But I don't know, I just appreciate that they, that they're thinking about it. Anyway, let me head over to the end screen here. Hey, thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate it a lot. My stream schedule, Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, all of them starting at around 7 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And like I mentioned, I may or may not do a stream on Wednesday. We're gonna frickin' see about that. I might even, if I do a stream, I might end up just doing like a casual, just hang out. Possibly. Who knows? I want to dive back into doing some more Silk Song. Unfortunately, I have like a really nasty boss rush that I kind of left myself with last time, so...
The Hell Room. That's right, you left off on the Hell Room.
Yeah, I'm really liking my past self for doing that to myself. So I'll enjoy that when I get back to it. And then, yeah, casual streams happen on Sundays where I just sort of chill out and chat with you guys and maybe ask some questions about what I'm planning on doing and whether it's a bad idea or a good idea. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, super late, almost 12 o'clock. I have to go, like, just chill out. A smart person would probably pass out, but we'll see how my body goes and does. Anyway, have a good night, everybody, and thank you guys, Pierce and Z-Cell for coming in and chatting. This has been fun.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Have a good one, guys.
Catch
Have a
you
good night,
around.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.